That was your 5-minute time check, stations.
So is Rob down here with us? Okay.
Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
Well, it's been 3 weeks since the Hawkeyes have experienced the home cooking at Kinnick Stadium. Homecoming today in Iowa City on a day that feels more like late September than it does late October. Temperatures into the 60s under cobalt blue, sunny skies, and perhaps a chance against a Northwestern Wildcat defense that has struggled as of late for the offense to get well to a certain degree.
It's just really making the makeables. We watch the film, we break the film down. We see everything happen, and we see we do it just a little more, a little better each time. We'll make the plays that are being out there because there's makeable plays for us. We're just like, we might mess up on a step with our route or drop the ball or something like that. But it's always something that's like very easy that we just have to worry about the fundamentals and the basics. And we do that stuff, everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, Deontay Vines, a bit of a breath of fresh air in that receiving core last week, and today finally healthy, could provide some much needed support. 12th time that the Hawks have hosted Northwestern for homecoming in a series that dates back once again to 1897. Hawks hold a 52-28-3 advantage, but have lost 3 in a row inside Kinnick Stadium, and we'll see maybe if that can change as well here a little bit later on in Iowa City. Good afternoon and welcome to the Authentic Brand Game Day Show just outside Kinnick Stadium in the Krause Family Plaza on the Iowa Corn stage. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show today. We're going to start, as we do traditionally on home games, by heading to the skies. A little bit of a problem on 8380 earlier with a few cars getting together that I believe has now been cleaned up for the very latest game day traffic report to get you here to Kinnick Stadium safely. We check in with our one of our favorite trooper pilots. That would be Taylor Grimm. Taylor, in your game day Hawkeye traffic report. What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Excellent. Couldn't be better. What are you seeing from your perch high atop eastern Iowa?
Well, really there's nothing going on, which is great. Earlier, as you had mentioned, there was a 5-car pileup at 8380, and that was kind of all the excitement that we had for the day. And the guys on the ground really did a fantastic job getting that cleaned up as quickly as they could. Fortunately, no major injuries or anything like that, but just one car that was disabled. That had to be stayed there in the lane so we could get it towed out of there. And that's all cleaned up now. Traffic in town is moving great as well, and most people have found their way to the stadium, so we're moving pretty good right now.
That's certainly great to hear. We appreciate all of your help in getting us here safely. Trooper pilot Taylor Grimm on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. The Hawkeyes are here as well, arriving at Kinnick Stadium on the Hawkeye team bus, powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff, and fueled with biodiesel. Iowa leading the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Cleaner, better, now. That's biodiesel, and a shout out to all of our farmer friends in combines, bringing in more corn probably than soybeans. Most of that's wrapped up here harvest-wise in 2022. But you can find out more at iasoybeans.com. Here come the Hawkeyes. LaShawn Daniels, our honorary captain, set to join us here in just a moment. Rob Brooks will have the Hawkeye roundtable, and Gary Dolphin chats with our game sponsor today, our friends at Wellmark, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. On the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, loved for the quality, comfort, and superior styles, Authentic Brand should be your first choice for game day and everyday gear. Find premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com or at fine retailers near you. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost, when you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Well, Hawkeye football brought to you by our friends at the Iowa Egg Council. Dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs, one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? As always, scrambled with a little bit of cheese. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show on the Iowa Corn Stage outside Koenig Stadium in Krause Family Plaza before the Hawks and the Wildcats here today. Jack Campbell, leading the Big Ten, ranks 11th nationally with 71 tackles in 7 games. In fact, he's got 8 or more tackles in each game, including 4 games at 10+, and, of course, being named to some postseason watch lists as well. Talking this week about getting right here in the homecoming game and that defense that has performed admirably all season long.
If you're in this sport, like, stuff's not easy, and stuff might not go your way, but I feel like when outsiders say, like, why not just give up on the season, I feel like, no offense to them, but I feel like that might be why you're an outsider. You just got to have the right mindset to be able to do this at a high level. And I'm not saying everyone is built for this, and if you don't play football, you're lazy or anything like that. Like, I feel like it's so applicable to anything you do in life. Like, if you're just going to give up when stuff gets hard, I just feel like that's not the right way to look at things.
Yeah, and that gets into what we talk about football, preparing these student athletes for life, which is a different conversation, but refreshing to listen to one of the senior leaders here on this Hawkeye football team before the homecoming game, Iowa and Northwestern. We'll catch up with the honorary captain today. That's LaShawn Daniels Jr. Coming up as the Authentic Brand pregame show rolls along outside of Kinnick Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Merschman Seeds. This is Joe Merschman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Sultro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full-Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full-Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full-Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full-Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full-Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Hawks and Wildcats today in a homecoming game on a beautiful day. It's short sleeve weather here at Kinnick Stadium. The Iowa Corn Stage is our location in the Krause Family Plaza on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Andy Peterson is my name. Joined by this week's honorary captain. He is none other than LaShawn Daniels Jr. Started 5 games in 2015. 646 yards, 8 touchdowns, of course, as the Hawks won the Big Ten West Division title. And Iowa posted a 20-7 record in his final 2 seasons, winning 35 games over the course of his career. Welcome back, LaShawn. Great to see you, as always.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It's a blast to be back here in Iowa City. So excited to be back and, really watch the guys get after it.
A little different perspective here as now a fan and former player than your playing days, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, much different, much different. Me being a player here for so long, you're used to walking around the city and being around the complex and everything as a player, right? And now you're coming back, and now you're not making an impact on the game, right? The best you can do is obviously support the guys and, try to spread words of wisdom when you can. But, it's pretty exciting just to be back and be around the area.
Yeah, not having a direct impact on the field, but you get to speak the team. So what was the message that you tried to impart here as honorary captain?
Yeah, I try to keep it simple. Because for the most part, like, there's not too much that I can actually tell them that they haven't already heard up to this point. I know Coach Ferentz, he loves his speeches, right, especially Monday, Wednesday team meetings, really trying to lay out what the guys need to do and take care of to be successful, and I kind of just relayed more of that. But, it coming from a fresh face and from a player that's done it and did it for a while, right, it hopefully resonated with them maybe a little bit better than hearing it from Coach all the time.
Reinforce that message a little bit. Now, it's a little bit ironic because you currently live?
I live in Evanston.
The heart of the beast today, huh?
Yeah. So it was ironic that Coach Ferentz actually called me to be the honorary captain for this game. I was like, yeah, and I'm like, I live up in Evanston, right? Like this is perfect. So it just ended up working out.
And what are you up to these days?
So right now I work at EA Sports, working on video games and the tech world, and helping out on Madden and the college football stuff that will be releasing here. So that's kind of what I do in my business. Cool. And then I spend a little bit of time coaching and helping out some of the local high schools and stuff like that. So
you enjoy that?
Yeah. Again, like I said a little bit earlier about coming back here as a fan. Being a coach is a lot different than actually being a player, right? Because now you kind of understand the frustration sometimes as a coach. You're like, hey, like I told you, you got to do this, and then when they don't do it, you understand the frustration part of it. But no, I mean, being able to be back around football and be around a group of guys trying to move to one goal is definitely an exciting thing. Do
you have a favorite memory taking on the Wildcats, which were your nemesis there? Frustrating. Speaking of that, for a large part of not only your career but the last several years for the Hawks.
Yeah. So I mean, honestly, my favorite memory was when a game I didn't even play in because I was out with the ankle. It was back in 2015.
Undefeated
year, right? We went up there to Northwestern. We were dealing with a bunch of injuries that day.
Yourself included.
Myself included, yep. And then, Kanziri went out early with the ankle that game, and that was a big game for us because we started off the season hot, right? We beat Wisconsin, and now we're trying to get back. We're trying to keep that train rolling, and we obviously had a bunch of guys go in there, step up, and make some really big plays in that football game, and they end up obviously blowing them out, which obviously helped propel us to finishing the year pretty strong.
And that would certainly be a big boost to the Hawkeyes this year too, if something similar were to happen. You've got the paparazzi out here, which I'm sure is always fun to see too, LaShawn.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love every time, whenever I do come back and a bunch of the fans showing love, just treating me the same as a way as if I'm a current player, right? Like continuing to show love, right? And obviously ask questions, ask for pictures and autographs and all that stuff. Like, it just makes you feel good. Like yeah, I've really helped make an impact on my time when I was here.
Hey, permanent team captain, winning the Hayden Fry Award as well. Well earned. It's always great to have you back in Iowa City, LaShawn. Thanks a lot for dropping by.
No, yeah, thank you guys for having me.
LaShawn Daniels, our honorary captain here today for the Hawks and Northwestern on homecoming in the Krause Family Plaza. As we continue on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Entertain your clients, employees, and friends at each home game in the Hawkeye Village, powered by Kubota. Hawkeye Village, located inside Dwayne Banks Field. And tailgate packages include game tickets along with catered food and beverage prior to kickoff. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more information on the Kubota Village. As an official outfitter of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Authentic Brand provides game day approved styles like this one you're seeing me wear here today, although probably could do without the long sleeves given what Mother Nature has given us. Shop the premium selection of hoodies, caps, bags, and more, authentic-brand.com or in retailers near you. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care. plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
I'd say Logan Lee has been the biggest one for me. He's always keeping me accountable, keeping me on track of what I need to do from working hard in practice, that kind of thing. And I think Wyatt has been a big leader for me too.
Aaron Graves, that freshman defensive lineman who's made an impact for the Hawkeyes, talking about mentors this week before Iowa Northwestern on homecoming. Hawks have had some success as of late here in the homecoming matchup as well, winning 11 of the last 16. We hope to make that 12 of 17 here today. Andy Peterson, the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, where we are proud to introduce today's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain, 9-year-old Aaliyah Clements from Comanche. Alina was having eye pain and headaches, and an optometrist found a mass behind her eye, so she was immediately referred to the UI Stead Family Children's Hospital, where doctors were waiting for her in the emergency room. That night, she had surgery to drain fluids from her brain, and 2 days later, she underwent surgery to have the tumor removed. Congratulations, to Alina Clements, this week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. Take a look at some scores from around the Big Ten there at halftime in Happy Valley. The big top 10 matchup, well, top 15 matchup, I guess, is Ohio State and Penn State, and the Nittany Lions have a 14-13 lead, I mentioned, at halftime. That's the only game in progress, with Rutgers traveling to Minnesota a little bit later on here this afternoon. Illinois will take on Nebraska, 6-1. Illinois taking on the Huskers out in Lincoln, of course, this matchup here. And then tonight on ABC, it is number 4 Michigan playing host to their in-state rival, Michigan State Spartans. So we'll be enjoying that one after we're hopefully enjoying a Hawkeye victory here today at Kinnick Stadium. Agriculture is Iowa's economic MVP, scoring $121.1 billion. That's a big number, $121.1 billion a year for our economy, and creating 1 out of 5 jobs, 1 out of every 5 jobs here in the state of Iowa. Support America's farmers. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org, and we're giving them a huge shout out during harvest season, which will extend here into at least a second month here on Tuesday as we turn the calendar to November, and also remind you and encourage you to remain vigilant in regard to safety as we continue with harvest season. Green State Credit Union proud to support Kirk's Kids for the 2022 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa attend a Hawkeye football home game, tour Kinnick Stadium, and receive team gear. Today we welcome from Marshalltown Greg and his little brother Jasper and Glenn and his little brother Caden, with contributions of more than $3.7 million and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs. Kirk's Kids is yet another way that Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. Of course, the Hawkeye defense scoring its third touchdown of the season last week at number 2 Ohio State. Joe Evans sacking C.J. Stroud to force a fumble and return it 11 yards for his first career touchdown. That's 22 points the defense has scored, and we hope to maybe see more of that here at Kinnick Stadium later on today. Rob Brooks and the Media Roundtable comes up next on the Iowa Corn stage as the Authentic Brand Game Day show rolls along. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium as we continue to count down to kickoff. It's homecoming in Iowa City. The Iowa Hawkeyes at 3-4, 1-3. Northwestern Wildcats at 1-6 and 1-3. Time for the roundtable segment. I'm Rob Brooks, pleased to be joined by Steve Batterson, Quad City Times. And Steve, this is all about bouncing back. 3 in a row on the loss side for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Columbus last weekend got out of hand there in the second half, but now you're back at home. It's homecoming, and here we go, the stretch run. And if you start to look at big picture, bowl games, etc., boy, it starts today.
It really does, and this is one of those games that early in the season you might not have thought it would be important, but this is a very important football game for the Iowa program today in a lot of ways, and that starts with just coming out and playing well, having something to kind of feel good about when this is all said and done.
Yeah, probably Spencer Petras starts this game, and you would think that, hey, offensively, try to get something going, a reconfigured offensive line a little bit, just still trying to find the top 5 guys up front. And if you run the football and not necessarily score a bunch of points, but possess the ball and do some good things, I think that would really help the confidence of that unit.
Yeah, it's a young group. I mean, we've seen 4 sophomores and a freshman out there a lot this fall. The future bodes well, but that doesn't do much this week, or last week. And, as Kirk has said multiple times, you just kind of have to keep pushing forward and hope that eventually at some point things are going to click for that bunch. And, I think they feel good about the personnel they have, but they certainly need to start turning that potential into production. And today would be a good day to start that against a defense that certainly has been not amongst the Big Ten's best, which Iowa certainly has seen plenty of those the last couple of weeks.
You go back to that Ohio State game, too. Just some sensational plays made by the defense. You got the Joe Evans touchdown. If you rewatch that Jack Campbell interception, that's as good as you're going to see. And, despite the points and that defense, really, that was not an average effort. That was a really good effort.
It really was. It was amongst their best of the season. That Campbell pick, that's a byproduct of film study and just knowing exactly where you need to be at the right time and the right moment. And he made that thing look like textbook.
And his athleticism is just off the charts. You've got a starting linebacker, an All-American linebacker playing special teams as well. I go back to that play he made in Illinois on the muff punt. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
To be able to hang on to that football. And I was surprised if he was able to stay on his feet, probably could have done something.
There's 6 or 7 NFL scouts in the house here today, and he's amongst the reasons. Yeah, he's amongst the reasons why.
Go back to the offensive side of the ball, too, the running game. The personnel, I think, is back there, capable, and if they can just knock off some 15, 20-yard runs, chunk plays, as we like to call them, boy, that would go a long way to have some of these long possessions.
Yeah, I think that's certainly, the objective is to kind of get the ground game going. It's been tough to get to 100 yards as a team this season, and when Iowa's done that traditionally, it's been a very good football team and won a lot of games. And, if they were to be able to do that today against Northwestern, which maybe has been a little softer against the pass as opposed to the run, certainly I think that would be a huge confidence boost for those guys. Not necessarily just the guys with the ball in their hands, but also certainly for those guys up front.
More with Steve Batterson, but let's now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. Hawk fans, cheer on those Mershman Seeds. Quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during this afternoon's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Insist on apparel and accessories with the Authentic brand label for your company's next merchandise project. Ask for it by name or visit authentic-brand.com to get connected to an authorized partner near you. More on the roundtable segment of the pregame show coming up next. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to the pregame show. Rob Brooks with Steve Batterson, Quad City Times, joins us on the roundtable segment. Talk a little Northwestern, Steve. It's still hard to imagine. Pat Fitzgerald has been there since 2006.
Yeah, he really...
That's veteran status.
It really is, and you know, he's quietly built an extremely solid program. I mean, it's just been methodical and consistent, and you know, they've had their share of ups and downs from year to year, like a lot of coaches have, but you know, Fitz has done a terrific job in building a program that Northwestern wanted for years, and now they've got it with one of their own at the helm.
Yeah, terrific player, Big Ten Player of the Year, All-American linebacker at Northwestern, assistant before he became head coach, and you know, it's not easy. That's not an easy job, and he has built consistency, and this has been an interesting series between Iowa and Northwestern. It's been a little thorn in a lot of fans' sides with on the Hawkeyes side, but it's been a series here in the last 7 years dominated by the road team, if you can believe it.
Yeah, well, won the last four, and there's certainly, you know, Iowa has to be on guard. Northwestern may be 1-6, but they've played everybody extremely tough this season, with the exception of a Wisconsin game earlier this month. But you know, they were right in the thick of things with Penn State before falling by 10. They've had a couple of losses by 3 or 4 points, and it's a team that you better show up ready to go against, or they're certainly capable. You know, and that starts with Evan Hull, and you better be aware of where he's at on the field. And you know, he's certainly a terrific running back. Has the blend of power and speed and everything you look for, but he's also got some pass catching ability too, and you know, he's a guy that Iowa's going to have to be pretty aware of today.
Yeah, you go back to August 27th in Dublin, Ireland. The Wildcats defeated Nebraska 31-28, and then lost to Duke, lost to Southern Illinois at 31-24. Turned the ball over a lot in their own territory that particular day. Lost to Miami of Ohio at Penn State, just 17-7. You mentioned the Wisconsin game, then had a sizable lead in the first half, especially at Maryland. And then the Terrapins came back in the second half.
Yeah, Northwestern has made a change at quarterback. Brendan Sullivan will probably get his second start today after making his debut a week ago against the Terps. And, he certainly brings, a little bit more of a running threat to the quarterback position than maybe what they've had. So, just another thing for the defense to have to deal with today. But, certainly I think that, this is a team that's, they're capable of ruining a lot of seasons here down the stretch. And certainly I think that, Iowa, in need of a win after 3 straight losses, has to be on guard against that and needs to come out with probably one of their better efforts of the season.
Because you think Northwestern certainly is thinking the same way. They've
Certainly.
lost 6 in a row. Needs something positive to happen going into November.
Absolutely. They see they know what Iowa's done these past few weeks. They know that Iowa's maybe a little vulnerable at this point, and certainly you think that this might be your shot to kind of turn things around. So. Yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup, and this series has been filled with just close games, and turnovers have loomed large in this series in recent years, and Northwestern has 18 of them on their resume from this year already, and that could be an opportunity for Iowa, and certainly I think that's probably one of the things the defense is working on.
Steve, the West, how do you see it? Do you see it wide open? Is there a front runner? It seems like every single week there's a different front runner.
Yeah, that maybe changes quarter to quarter. I think this year it's one of those things that there's a lot of okay football teams. I don't think there's a real standout team in the group yet. At least nobody's proven themselves to be that. Certainly Brett Bielema, his team at Illinois, is off to a nice start. They've got some fairly challenging things ahead of them today, beginning today at Nebraska. Right. Nebraska's shown the capability of putting some points up. They certainly have given up a lot of points, but for Illinois to go on the road and win there would certainly be another feather in their cap. But Purdue has played some good football at times. Wisconsin played well in the last couple of weeks. So, it's going to be an interesting November.
We don't know.
No,
right?
Exactly. It's going to be a really interesting November, and I think that makes it fun for everybody.
It does. Steve, appreciate your time as always.
My pleasure.
Steve Batterson, Quad City Times, and does outstanding work, not only with football, but also basketball at the University of Iowa as well. Hawkeye hydration stations inside Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio with locations throughout the concourse. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water we share. More of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continues shortly. Insist on the Authentic Brand label for your company's merchandise. Known for premium Hawkeye apparel, the Authentic Brand label also outfits many prominent national brands. Ask for Authentic Brand for your next merch project or visit authentic-brand.com to get started. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
It's the 110th homecoming at the University of Iowa. Welcome back to our Authentic Brand Game Day pregame show. I'm Gary Dolphin. We've got a special guest on the line in just a minute. The Hawkeyes and the Wildcats have had quite the run against each other in the last 15 years. In fact, Iowa's won 7 times. Northwestern's won 8. The Wildcats have won their last 3 trips into Kinnick Stadium. Enough of that. And it's had a lot to do with turnovers. Northwestern is -7 on the year. The Hawkeyes were +4. Now they're even after last week's 6 turnover fest at Ohio State. So hopefully they got that out of their systems. Hey, the Wellmark 3-point play is a long-standing partnership with the University of Iowa Athletics, providing charitable contributions for each successful Hawkeye field goal and 3-pointer during basketball to support health projects statewide. And it's all part of Wellmark's 3-point play, reminding fans to eat right, move more, and feel better. A very special thank you to Wellmark for their continued support of Hawkeye athletics and health programs across Iowa. And joining us is Chris Verlenja. He's the marketing activation and alliance lead for Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Chris, we've been at this for a lot of years, but as we continue to welcome fans back to Kinnick Stadium post-COVID this homecoming weekend, can you remind us how the Wellmark 3-point play program works?
Absolutely, and it's fantastic to be back with you, Gary. Thank you always for doing such a fantastic job promoting this partnership between Wellmark and the University of Iowa. You know, we have been at this for many years. You're right. Wellmark and the Hawkeyes go back a long time. In this particular partnership, the Wellmark 3-point play began in 2010, so we've been already at this for more than a decade. But in essence, the partnership works by the teams, the Hawks, scoring 3-pointers during the men's and women's basketball season, kicking field goals during the football season, and for every successful kick or 3-pointer, Wellmark makes a charitable contribution that's banked up throughout the academic year that then goes to help fund underfunded or unfunded health improvement projects right here in Iowa. So it's a win-win, and like I say, you know, success then on the field or on the court begets success in the community. So, of course, been thrilled to partner with the Hawks for many, many years, and as you know quite well, the points have been at a premium this season, so we're so conditioned to always cheer for touchdowns, but you know, in a series that's as tight as the Hawks and the Wildcats, points are always going to be at a premium, and so taking those field goals when you get them, not always a bad thing. And of course, we're happy to cheer for that because there's a little bit of a silver lining to that too, knowing that some money's going to be raised for some critical health infrastructure projects right here in our great state.
Indeed, and Drew Stevens is having a good year, so hopefully he can boot a few through the uprights. The 3-point play began in 2010, as you mentioned. Wellmark and the Hawkeyes have raised roughly what over that dozen plus years?
Pretty incredible amount, actually, Dolph. We're looking at just north of $175,000 since 2010. And so if you do the math on that, it's a little bit more than $15,000 each season. And that money certainly is not insignificant. And thankfully, we've been able to really spread the benefit of that around the state. So not just in the Iowa City area, kind of West River to East River, if you will. And so we're really taking that message of health and well-being across the state. And that's courtesy of Wellmark and the Hawkeyes. Obviously we couldn't do it with these tremendous student athletes. And you've had the privilege of calling many of these great three-pointers over the years. So whether those are upset field goals that we win on the last minute there, or, Jordan Bohannon doing his part for the past few seasons, we've had no shortage of excitement when it comes to the three-point play. So collectively, we've been able to do a lot of good for this community.
Chris, you mentioned from the Missouri to the Mississippi. How can the Hawk fans get involved?
Yeah, that's a great question. Really, it's the most important question because the fans in this unique program actually help shepherd some of those dollars. So as this money is raised throughout the academic year, every April and May, we take a look and we aggregate the nominations the communities have made to get their hometowns in the game. But we don't want you sitting on the sidelines, proverbially. We want you in this game, and you can do that through two ways. If you're listening right now, you can go to wellmark3pointplay.com, or if you're out at the tailgate, you can also text in IOWA to 97063, and it's as simple as doing that and nominating your hometown. Get them in the game today and get them a chance to win these much-needed funds to help with a health improvement project right in your own community.
What a great project. What a great effort. We appreciate all Wellmark has done for Hawkeye athletics as well as the health of all Iowans. And I know we've all been enjoying another exciting year of the Wellmark three-point play. Chris, we'll talk again. Thanks so much for your time here on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
Thank you. Always appreciate it. Go Hawks.
And Ed Podolak will join me next for the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
The 110th Iowa homecoming is wrapping up a week of revelry and reunions and hopefully a victory here today at Kinnick Stadium. The Hawkeyes host Northwestern in Big Ten football. Kickoff is just an hour away. Good afternoon, everybody. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. Great to have you along on a beautiful fall afternoon. Eddie, we've reached the end of October. Iowa has not scored an offensive touchdown since the fourth quarter of the Michigan game, back when the month began on the first day of October. And with just 2 touchdown passes all season long, the offense's frustrations only magnify with each passing week. Now, there's no easy answer. It's the offensive line, it's the wide receivers, the running back reads, blocking assignments, and certainly the quarterbacks, in particular Spencer Petras, who will start this afternoon. You rarely had a slump, whether you were at quarterback or tailback, but when you did, and the Hawkeyes or the Chiefs were struggling to score, what was the formula to break out?
Well, with the Chiefs, they cut some people. They picked up some other people.
We can't cut anybody.
No, they cut Warren McVay on the way home from a game against New England.
Now that's a little harsh.
Yeah, Ekstrom cut him on the way home. Now in college, you got to just go back to practice and improve on the things that you aren't doing well. I mean, they practice every week and you just know when you look at the film what you did wrong, and you just can't do it again.
Iowa is near the bottom of the Big Ten in running the football. I never thought we'd ever say that. Northwestern has really had difficulty defending the pass. And Spencer Petras and or Alex Padilla. Spencer's going to start. We may see Alex in there today. He'll be looking to elevate the heart rate of Arlen Bruce and Nico Reganey, Iowa's wide receivers early. And, of course, that only makes things easier for Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey at tight end and whoever else is available. But there's no question. We've seen Northwestern so much over the year outnumber Iowa at the line of scrimmage. They blitz those linebackers, both run and pass. Spencer's got to make some plays down the field.
Yeah, Pat Fitzgerald is going to stop the run. He does it every time we play him. He will run blitz. They call it a 4-3 defense, but he calls it 1 defensive end, 3 defensive linemen, and that defensive end will move around. It's a unique defense, and one that has always troubled us in running the ball, and I don't expect anything different today.
Pat Fitzgerald, when I asked him earlier this week about, they've lost 6 in a row. 4 of those games have been by 1 score. I said, what's been the key? Why has that happened this year? And he said the same reason it's happened in this series, turning the ball over.
The turnovers in this game is always kind of the telltale factor. And then what you do offensively off the turnovers. We were opportunistic. The Hawks, it was we were there, in 20 and during COVID, and we had parents only in the building. It was not what college football is all about. And we spot y'all 17 points, and turnovers were key to us coming back. So I don't think it's anything magical. I think it'll be a 60-minute game. It always is. And I look forward to being in a sold-out Kinnick. It's such a tough place to play. It's such a privilege to do the wave after the first quarter.
Yeah, he loves that wave. Who doesn't, for that matter? But, oh, how we remember 2 years ago, Iowa up 17-0. Spencer threw one, maybe two picks, completely flipped momentum, at least for the moment. But Northwestern took advantage of that. He says they're not taking advantage of that this year. In fact, not only are they not taking advantage of turnovers, they're -8 in turnovers, and that's why they're 1-6.
That's exactly why you lose 6 in a row. Now, they've got a really good running back in Evan Hall.
Mm-hmm.
He not only can run the ball, he can catch the ball, and he's really good in the secondary. Once he gets the ball, our defense is going to have to concentrate on him. He's the key to their offense if they get anything going.
Your old coach, Hank Stram, who we've called on from heaven before with a good quote. Hank said when he was a head coach of the Chiefs, the Hall of Famer, yesterday is a canceled check. Today is cash on the line. Tomorrow is a promissory note. Now, what he meant by that is you can't worry about what happened yesterday or in the last 6 weeks, the first half of the season. All the Hawkeyes can do is take care, grab the cash on the barrelhead, and then move on to tomorrow.
Yep, and he would take your cash, too. Hank was known for taking your cash. He was known as the mentor, and he had a lot of good things to say. I really admired him as a coach. He gave me a chance to play, and I miss him. I used to go down and see him in New Orleans and pick up some more words of wisdom from him.
Well, he was full of words of wisdom, no doubt. Speaking of words of wisdom, let's move on to our Hawkeye historical winning moment. A little more pleasant time in history than lately. Northwestern's won 3 straight here at Kinnick Stadium. Our Hawkeye historical winning moment is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. The last time Iowa won at home against Northwestern was November 1st of 2014. And the offense, the running game, and special teams were huge that day.
Tommy Gall's at center. Blythe's at guard. Weissman gets to the outside, 5-yard line, goal line, touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! Takes the Hawks 4 plays to get into the end zone. And what a block by Austin Blythe. Pleva is the fullback. They hand off to the tailback, Weissman. Runs through 2-3, white shirts, goal line, touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! That was farm strong. So the punt from Gardoni will come from the 3, and the Hawks get there. It is blocked. It's blocked. It's picked up. It's into the end zone. Iowa, touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa. Ben Neiman, Illinois native Ben Neiman. They almost got the first one today. They got that one as Gardoni ran to his right trying to buy some more time. And Ben Neiman, the future middle linebacker of this football program, comes up with a huge special teams play. So the Hawks switch to 3 receivers to the left. Rudolph's looking that way. Now he goes back to single coverage. Has a man open. Tavon Smith. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa. Simeon back to pass. Looks right now. He's going to try and run for it. And he's grabbed onto him. Down he goes. It's another sack by the Hawkeyes. How possessed has Louis Trinca-Passat been today? His 3rd sack already.
How about that? Rushing touchdowns, passing touchdowns.
I hope you get to yell touchdown, Iowa, plenty of times today.
48-7, Iowa steamrolled the Wildcats that day. Let's look for a repeat performance this afternoon. That's the Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got to make a choice. At Wiffles, we've made a choice too, a choice to remain independent, a choice to remain farm family owned, a choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Up next, our weekly chat with Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hi, Gary Dolphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
It's homecoming in Iowa City, has been all week. Today we've got football to conclude the week's activities. Iowa Corn and Quickstar are partnering to give you a chance to win tickets to the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series matchups. Simply visit any participating Quickstar throughout Iowa through November 13th. Fill up with 8 or more gallons of unleaded 88 and use your Quick Rewards card, and you're automatically entered for a chance to win tickets. For more information and official rules, visit quicktrip.com/sweepstakes. Get pumped up to win with Iowa Corn and Quickstar. Gary Barta joins us on this homecoming Saturday. Boy, there's a lot going on, both on and off the court and on and off the field. It's
well, last night, the parade. Tom Brands and Clarissa Chun were the grand marshals of the parade, and I wasn't able to see them, though, of course, because we were over at women's basketball.
Yeah, women's hoops tipped off last night. The men get after it with Jeff Horner and Truman State on Monday night. Wrestling sold out for the year. How about that?
You know, I say it, I was at Big Ten meetings and I was at national meetings just a few weeks ago, and to just talk about our fan base, it's just amazing to announce a sold-out wrestling season for the second year in a row. People give you a funny look. Well, how many is that? Well, I said it's 15,000, and they looked at me. So we're very fortunate.
Yeah, the days, you know, a lot of schools have 6,000 or 7,000 seat capacity wrestling venues, but when you tell them 14,900 and whatever, they do give you a double take. And I'm guessing that new facility, that extension at Carver that's in the ground now and rising skyward, has had something to do with all the renewed excitement.
Well, I think Spencer Lee has something to do with that. I think all the returning All-Americans that we have, and you know, I also think that we're just fortunate. We have a great tradition here. And you mean the greatest wrestling training center in the world, as Tom likes to call it? Yes, that probably has something to do with it.
Well, it's got Tony Cassiope fired up. He won the under-23 World Championship, or he won the bronze medal at the World Championships this past weekend, so congratulations to Tony. Hey, I want to talk to you. Your alma mater, North Dakota State University, one of the great football powers at the FCS level, was in the news this week. Their university president, Cook, announced that all North Dakota State programs, athletically and academically, will be evaluated due to recent budget cuts. Now, not only did you attend North Dakota State, but you spent a lot of years in administration at Northern Iowa, another highly productive and respected FCS program on the national level. Is it in the inflationary times we're living in? You know, President Cook had a couple of reasons for it. He said the competition is so much greater now with online providers, lower cost certificates and credentials, changing student demographics. That's one I never thought of. What are your concerns for our FCS level programs?
Well, I'll dial out a little bit further. One of the things that everybody in the country is concerned about is those changing demographics and the anticipation of the student population, the high schoolers coming to college. Those numbers continue to go down. So the University of Iowa is concerned. We went up again this year, but a lot of our colleagues across the country, those demographics are going down. At the FCS level, their budgets are certainly tighter. They usually don't have the same research dollars we have, or some of the other. In athletics, of course, we have television revenue that you don't have at the FCS level. So it's a big concern, and inflation has something to do with that, and declining enrollments. You take all of that, and then you look at a place like the University of Northern Iowa, where I worked for 7 years, or North Dakota State, where I went to school and played football. Those two programs, I think, where they have a chance is they have great support. They have great donation support and fundraising support, and they're probably going to have to dig in and try to raise more money just to stay competitive. But it's a concern across the country.
Well, we wish them and everybody the best. Budget deficits are out of COVID are reality.
Which, as our fans know, is still a challenge for us. We had that $43 million deficit. It hasn't been talked about as much recently, but that's a 15-year loan that we're going to be paying back to the university.
And hopefully paying it off early.
That's the goal.
Right. Enjoy the rest of the homecoming weekend. Thanks for coming by, Gary.
Great day for a football game.
That is Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. The Hawks and the Wildcats will kick off shortly. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned, means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Up next, we'll hear from Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today, or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks.
It's homecoming Saturday for Iowa football. The Hawkeyes hosting Northwestern at 2:30. You'll hear from Wildcat head coach Pat Fitzgerald next on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. But first, Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Cenex. If there's a coach more frustrated than Kirk Ferentz, it might be Northwestern's Pat Fitzgerald. After rallying from a 2-score deficit August 27th to beat Nebraska in Ireland, the Wildcats have stumbled through 6 consecutive defeats. 5 of those were 1-score games, and the other a 17-7 beating at Penn State. Fitzgerald remarked it's been maddening that these 2 proud programs are used to winning the close games.
Have had great success over a long period of time in the Big Ten. And, sometimes you get into some challenging spots. And I think you got to stay the course. You know who you are. You just got to do it better. You got to coach it better. You got to execute better. You got to take care of the ball better. But the glue is sticking together. And both of our programs are built from the locker room out, from recruiting great players, great young people. We both have great staffs, and tough times don't last. Tough people do. And both of our programs will be back up in the top of the Big Ten West. Whatever it'll be at some point, Big Ten, whatever in the near future. But just staying real positive, coaching hard, and working hard to get better.
Both teams changed quarterbacks last week. You went to Brendan Sullivan. Tell our listeners, Pat, about Brendan, and do you stick with him today?
Well, it was a hard-fought battle between Sully and Ryan Helinski in training camp for us. And, when we made the decision to go with Ryan early in the year, I would say the numbers were pretty equal, but we went with the more experienced guy. And the opener played really lights out against Nebraska. And then we, as always, the quarterback gets all the credit and gets all the blame. It's kind of like being the head coach. It's part of our DNA and our job. So, unfortunately, we weren't winning. And that's the number one, to me, key for any quarterback is, are we winning football games because of you? We just were sputtering. Too many fourth quarter mistakes. We've lost 4 one-score games, and if you include the Penn State game, it's really 5 one-score games. That's kind of our DNA. We win those games around here. We win those games in the fourth quarter, and the script has been flipped on us. So, the internet fans, the sky's falling inside the building. It's just get back to who we are and what we do. And, Sully and Ryan both can execute our offense. They just got to take care of it. And so, Sully will be our starter today. Ryan's ready to go. Last week, I was so proud of Ryan. First guy after, I met with Sully coming off the field was Ryan, and that'll tell you the type of young man that he is.
Coach, your tailback, Evan Hall, is putting up some nice numbers, 4.5 yards a carry. Malik Washington has 40 catches on the year, 6 last week at Maryland. You've got some guys producing, but the red zone has been tough on both teams this year.
Yeah, big time turnovers for us, turnovers and then missed conversions. We had, early, Gary, it was like, it was the right guard, and it would be, everything would be great, and it'd be the left guard. Then all of a sudden it would be a missed route by the X, and just, we weren't clicking. And a little bit of that for us on offense is a little bit of youth, and experience of the quarterback, and then turnovers, and just working diligently to clean those things up. I mean, I heard Kirk earlier in the week. I think I've said it now for a month. There's no magic solution. There's no magic pill. You just gotta coach the guys to execute cleaner, take care of the football. I mean, last week, you all played an unbelievable Ohio State team in the shoe, but the turnovers were just so costly. And we've had that be our problem. Last week we're putting a great drive together to start the second half. We turn the ball over. We got the 2-minute drive, 3 minutes left to go. Sully, instead of taking the check down, takes a shot at the post. Our guy gets grabbed, no call, interception. We lose the game. So, hey, we're kind of, that margin of error is pretty slim, my friend, and we've got to make those things happen. And I promise you, the Hawkeyes will not make it easy for us. This may be the best defense, I think I've seen Coach Parker have, and maybe Kirk have. I mean, it's at the top. It is really, really good, and we're going to have our hands full today gaining an inch, let alone a yard.
Speaking of defense, your Sam linebacker, Bryce Gallagher, you always seem to have an outstanding Sam, and he's all that. And defensive end, Adibare have been upper-class leaders for you. You're not real veteran, but those two guys have been solid, and they are upperclassmen. They're playing well.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, we got a bunch of puppies out there. You'll see them today. You'll be calling names. I'm like, wow, there's another freshman. Wow, there's another freshman. But those guys are going to be really good. And you're right. Adetomo Adibare has been, I think, just a mainstay for us throughout his career. And, you know, Bryce is now, you know, taking over for us in the middle. His brother was a great player for us. And now to have Bryce, you know, really kind of our vocal leader, you know, kind of like watching Jack, you know, I mean, two really good middle backers going to be in Kinnick Stadium here today. And, you know, I've got my hat on here, you know, I'm tipping my hat to Jack. I think he's one of the best to ever roam the middle in the Big Ten.
Fitzgerald, the Associated Press Player of the Year and consensus All-American middle linebacker when he led Northwestern to the Rose Bowl during that magical 1995 season, says Jack Campbell has linebacker eyes. They're always moving, surveying the landscape, leading that big, fast, hard-hitting body to the football. Well said, Pat Fitzgerald. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you next visit Hawkeye Country. Thanks for your support from Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is next. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner. Oh, I thank you. I meant U.S. Bank. I knew that. U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months, plus no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern
Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. Rob Brooks on the Iowa sideline, right about the 15-yard line, and it's time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. And Dr. Wolf, I heard an NFL injury last weekend that I'm not sure I've heard of before. It's got to be pretty rare, but a triceps tear. Same type of thing as if you have a biceps tear?
Yeah, a lot less common. So, you know, it is pretty unusual to hear that. We do run them across them. I think in my time with Iowa, we've had maybe one that I can remember over the last 15 years. No, it's usually where the triceps will pull free from the bone at the elbow. So similar to what we see with distal biceps injuries, and you know, very similar. It's something that in an athlete we should repair and let it heal, and that's going to be a 4 to 5 month deal.
4 to 5 months to get back on the field for that type of injury?
Yeah, you'd be hoping 4 to 5 months they'd be ready to train and work back into, you know, usually with that time frame you're getting into the off season and hopefully getting them ready for the next year.
Thanks very much. Got a beautiful day for football.
Beautiful day. Thanks, Rob.
Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update, and things are looking pretty good for the Hawkeyes. A couple of players will not play today. That includes defensive back Terry Roberts, who has not played since late in the game at Illinois, and also offensive lineman Jennings Dunker, who did not play at Ohio State, is out this week as well. For Northwestern, they did get a prominent player back last week on the defensive side, as senior defensive back A.J. Hampton, who was second in pass breakups last year in the Big Ten. Honorable mention all Big Ten. He had been out since suffering a lower leg injury against Nebraska in Ireland. That was the first game back in August, and returned last week at Maryland with 6 tackles. We'll take a look at the field conditions report, but first let's pause for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield. Today's field conditions report is brought to you by Iowa Kubota dealers like Whip Sales and Service in Clarinda. Well, it's been a while. The Hawks are back on the Kinnick field turf for the first time since October 1st. The field was cleaned this week, just like you would drag a baseball infield. And sporting right in the middle of the field is, of course, that big Tiger Hawk painted in black and trimmed in gold. And boy, do we have a perfect day for football to close out the month of October. It's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down, 0 APR for 60 months, plus 8,000 loyalty cash reward now through December 31st. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Whip Sales and Service in Clarinda. Next up, Gary Dolphin chats with Hawkeye head football coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
When you buy
your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
It's the 110th homecoming for Iowa. The Hawkeyes host the Northwestern Wildcats here at Kinnick Stadium today. Welcome back to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Both the Hawkeyes and the Wildcats are 1-3 in Big Ten play, and Kirk Ferentz is on deck. But first, Shelter Insurance for all your auto, home, and life insurance needs. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We are your shelter. The big question all week is who will start at quarterback for Iowa. Alex Padilla made his debut in the second half at Ohio State last Saturday, but he will yield back to Spencer Petras today. Here's Coach Kirk Ferentz.
Yeah, we'll start Spencer and keep an open mind all the way through the game.
Plain and simple. Jack Campbell, coach, this week was named finalist for the National Football Foundation William Campbell Trophy, presented by the Hall of Fame. It's symbolic of college football's premier scholar athlete. He is the complete student-athlete package.
He really is. He's just been unbelievable. Certainly on the field, the fans get to watch him perform on Saturdays, and just a tremendous, football player. Great energy, great leadership, and then on top of it, everything he does is first class. And this scholarship, award really just kind of represents that. It just encapsulates all the good things he does, whether it's in the community and then certainly with his schoolwork. He's just been first class in every regard.
Northwestern, too, has changed quarterbacks, Coach. It's turned to Brendan Sullivan. A little bit more mobile, more of a run threat than Ryan Holinsky.
Yeah, he came in a couple games ago and then started the last ball game for him and really did a good job. And he's not a run primary guy, but he does have the ability to pull it down and make yards. And I'm sure they'll have some designed runs for him, too. So I think, he's a little bit more mobile. And it's really just seemed to the most important thing, I think the team's really responded to his play.
He won't make you forget about their go-to guy, which is tailback Evan Hull. He is an equal threat run and pass catcher. He's got 40 grabs from that running back position.
Yeah, it really is. That's a high number. So they give it to him a lot, hand it to him a lot, and then they'll throw it to him a lot. So he's going to get be involved in their game plan very extensively. And then they got two receivers that have been very productive too. But Hull's been a really primary player for him.
Coach, defensively, Bryce Gallagher is the latest in a long line of exceptional middle linebackers at Northwestern, and he's really good against the run.
He is, and they do a good job. They've done a good job with their scheme since the late, like it was 2008, I think, when they really installed this defensive package. And, it's been tweaked. It's varied a little bit, and they've had a new coordinator join them a year ago. But a lot of carryover from the last decade plus. And to your point, they've always had a very productive linebacker, and this guy's done a great job this year.
Their linebackers, not just Gallagher, but down through at least the last, since you arrived in Iowa City, always seem to make the majority of tackles. Is that designed that way with their front people? It
is. Those guys up front, they're a lot very similar, I think, to us. Not exactly the same, but similar in philosophy, in that their guys up front do a good job. They're unselfish. They'll do their best to eat up a couple blocks and keep the linebackers roaming. So, the way they're predicated right now, the linebackers, especially in the box, make a lot of tackles, and then they do a lot of good job with their safeties, too. They usually have somebody coming down. If he's not down, he'll be coming down when the ball's snapped. So, in effect, kind of plays like a linebacker, too. One thing that was interesting last year, their outside linebacker was either at the top of the country or, somewhere up in the top 10 for tackles last year. And that's kind of an unusual thing. And it's just, it's a credit to their scheme and the coaching. That was Bergen. He did a great job. So, to your point, they always have somebody who's pretty productive at that position.
Northwestern has run-blitzed Iowa a lot in this series, which makes them vulnerable to the pass. Teams have put up 260 yards through the air on average, yet the Wildcats are only giving up 18.5 points a game. Publicly, Kirk Ferentz' week started with his Tuesday press conference, followed by an apology for remarks made about a Cleveland sports writer over his questioning surrounding offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz and Iowa's lack of production. Kirk Ferentz has said consistently his evaluation will take place at the end of the season, like it always has. I asked Kirk if this week will affect the way he deals with the press going forward.
Yeah, we've moved on. I probably shouldn't have said anything Tuesday, but basically it just boils down to it. I didn't appreciate the person's tone. The questions are the questions, and that's part of my job is to answer questions. I've done that week in and week out, and we'll continue to do it. Didn't appreciate his tone, and if there's a silver lining, it just made me appreciate the Iowa media a little bit more. This was not a member of our media, and they've been asking tough questions. That's part of their job. I appreciate that, respect that, and just also really respect the professionalism in which they've done it.
Happy homecoming. It's always a great week in Iowa City when the alums come back.
It'll be a lot of, it should be great weather, a lot of people, a lot of activity, and that's outstanding. And for us, it just really boils down to the game. And you got two teams that are hungry to win. Just look at this series. One thing I think you can predict just based on tradition is both teams are going to play really hard, and it'll probably be a 60-minute game.
The Hawks need to throw the football. Therefore, Sam Laporta, tight end, will be paramount to Iowa's success. He became Iowa's career leader in receptions among Hawkeye tight ends when he totaled 6 grabs for 55 yards at second-ranked Ohio State. The Iowa Secretary of State and the Iowa Hawkeyes want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election. It's important to make your voice heard by voting. Whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or the comfort of your couch, pick the play that works best for you. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing superior seed corn, you're making a statement. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned, means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Ed Podolak is up next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com. It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow.
best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. A gorgeous late October afternoon for Big Ten football, the Hawkeyes and the Northwestern Wildcats. I'm Gary Dolphin, happy to introduce Ed Podolak now, former Hawkeye and Kansas City Chief Great, with his keys to the game presented by the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash, with unlimited memberships starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Get that car squeaky clean at Club Car Wash. The Hawks need a clean pocket for their quarterback today to throw down the field. This Northwestern secondary can be spied upon by our receivers, but Ed, that doesn't mean you go away from the run.
Well, you've got to run the football. This is Pat Fitzgerald's game plan for the 16 years he's been at Northwestern. I think, isn't that right? He's been there 16?
17th year, you're right.
Yeah, has always been stop the run. He always has a great middle linebacker, and they have one again this year, but we've got to be able to establish the run and make 5 or 6 yards on first down, not end up 2nd and 10, 2nd and 9, and this is a little different type of defense. All colleges now are adding little tricks to their defenses, right, instead of the old 4-3. And these guys have a defensive end number 99, whose name is, I gotta get it here, it is Adibare.
Defensive end. And
well, get ready to call that a number of times.
He's a load.
Yeah,
he is a load.
He moves around, and you got to know where he is on every play. And he'll be coming. He'll drop into coverage. He'll do all kinds of things. And their middle linebacker, who, when you have a head coach who compares him to Campbell, Bryce Gallagher, he's 6'2", 240, all over the place. I'll tell you the other thing that I'm kind of encouraged about. I watched Deontay Vines warming up. And he doesn't have that big brace on his hand like he had last week. He's got gloves and he's got a little brace on it, but he looked really good warming up today. And if he is healthy and we can use him, he will really help us on the offensive side. Now, stopping them, Sullivan will run. That's the new quarterback. In fact, Fitzgerald said this week that they were working on blocking downfield for when he scrambles or when they put in quarterback running plays, because they said he can make plays with his feet. So our defense needs to be aware of that, and they need to know where Evan Hull is all the time, because he not only can run the ball, but he can catch the ball, and he's going to come out of the backfield. He's going to be working on linebackers, and we do a good job of coverage of people coming out of the back, but it's just another thing to worry about.
Evan Hull averages 4.5 yards a carry, but he's caught 40 passes too, a 5-yard average there. So he's multifaceted. You mentioned Adebari at defensive end, and they'll move him around both sides. But I was really encouraged last week at Ohio State with the way Jack Plum stepped in there and played for the Hawkeyes at right tackle.
Yeah, he has not played a lot in the last. He had a little injury, leg issue, I think, last year, and then hasn't played much this year, but he was like the lineman of the week for us last week. He's a senior from Wisconsin.
Green Bay,
big old fella, and
6'7".
So he'll get a chance to block Adeyunga.
Adebari.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That might be his first name. Double check there. Connor Colby moves from right tackle. He'll start at left guard, along with Logan Jones, Bo Stevens at right guard, Mason Richmond at left tackle, and Nick DeYoung will back up multiple spots. Those are Eddie's keys to the game, courtesy of Club Car Wash. Starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com. Find a location near you. Up next are the Wiffles Hybrids, or on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. We'll bring you the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Iowa Northwestern right around the corner. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Time for the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, brought to you by Mid-American, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. We'll have a U.S. Bank scoreboard for you, too, before we kick off. A lot of the early games are approaching the final gun. For Northwestern, offensively, Brendan Sullivan replaces Ryan Helinski at quarterback, 6'3", sophomore from Davison, Michigan, completing 71% of his passes. Now, remember, Northwestern, they run that hurry-up, sideline to sideline. They get you running from chalk to chalk, hoping to wear you out. They will go downfield, but they're primarily a high-percentage completion passing game, which is the short throws to the sideline. Sullivan, 29 of 41, couple touchdowns, couple interceptions. Evan Hull, who's equally good at catching the ball as well as running it, the tailback, 5'11", 210 junior from Maple Grove, Minnesota. He's averaging 4.5 yards a carry and almost 10 yards per pass catch. Andrew Clare will back him up. Wide receiver Donnie Navarro. Does that name sound familiar? He's a grad transfer from Illinois. University of Illinois, 5'11", senior from Naperville. Got 28 catches on the year. Malik Washington, a senior from Lawrenceville, Georgia, is their leading pass catcher. 40 grabs and 11-yard average on the season. The tight end is Thomas Gordon, 12 catches for the junior from Houston, Texas. Marshall Lang, also with a dozen grabs, the junior from Cincinnati. Up front, the best of the lot, Peter Skoronsky. His dad was a big-time player, 6'4", 315, a junior from Park Ridge, Illinois. They've had some injuries in the offensive line. Left guard Josh Preeb, really good, got hurt in the opener in Ireland against Nebraska, has not been back. A 310-pound junior from Niles. So replacing him is Vince Picozzi, who was normally a right guard. He flips over to left guard. Picozzi is a transfer from Colorado State. We played Colorado State last year, and I remember Vince Picozzi out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. The center is Charlie Schmidt, a 310-pound senior from Libertyville. Right tackle Ethan Wiedeker is out today. He is injured. Caleb Tiernan steps into his spot. Caleb is 6'7", 315, a sophomore from Livonia, Michigan. For the Hawkeyes, Spencer Petras will start at quarterback, the 6'5" senior from California. Couple interceptions, or 5 interceptions, couple touchdown throws. Spencer is completing 53% of his passes. He's just a dozen yards shy of 1,000 for the season, but Alex Padilla will perhaps get his chance as well again today, but Petras will start the game. LaShawn Williams, a tailback. He'll share duties with Caleb Johnson. Johnson averaging 4 yards a carry. LaShawn just below 4 yards per tug. The wide receivers, Arlen Bruce, Brody Breck, Nico Reganey. Tight ends are Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey. Those guys have all contributed this year. Hopefully they're big today. The Hawkeyes need that down the field passing game to be successful. The leading pass catcher is Sam Laporta, 36 grabs on the year, a 10-yard average. Arlen Bruce has caught 15. Hopefully there's a couple jet sweeps in there for Arlen this afternoon, the sophomore from Olathe, Kansas. Up front, Mason Richmond at left tackle, 6'6", 308, a sophomore from Leawood, Kansas. The left guard will be Connor Colby, the 308-pound sophomore from Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. Logan Jones at center out of Council Bluffs, Lewis Central at 6'3", 285, a sophomore. And Bo Stevens, the redshirt freshman from Blue Springs, Missouri. He'll go at right guard at 6'6", 307 on the year. Drew Stevens, the kicker, of course, and Torrey Taylor with his 46.5-yard average is Iowa's punter. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Mid-American, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. And this has been the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. At Wyffels, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out all the little things aren't so little after all. Wyffels Hybrids, one thing done right, and all the little things too. Wyffels. Ed's chuckling. What at our?
We got a bird loose.
Our flying hawk.
Yeah,
little quail meat down there. Yeah, there he is. He's on it now. That's Hercules. Hopefully he's got a little wildcat meat in his beak before the day's over. The Hy-Vee coin toss and kickoff are next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network as we tee it up for Iowa and Northwestern. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. That only insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerlman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Wyffels Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite. just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
And to the sounds of Back in Black. I mean, it's fantastic to be back in black. It's been October 1st since the guys were home here at Kinnick.
And what a wonderful day. You just look out there, all that black and gold in this beautiful stadium. The noise is incredible.
A smattering of purple made the way over here from Lake Michigan in the form of Northwestern fans. Two hungry teams, hungry for a victory. Hawk fans, today's game is presented by our longtime partner in health, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now more than ever, you need coverage you can count on. That's why more Iowans trust Wellmark for their health insurance, because like a good teammate, they'll be there when you need them most. This season, choose quality. Choose Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Get a game plan and learn more at wellmark.com. Here come the Hawkeyes. The Swarm enters the arena as John Swisher has an update on the U.S. Bank scoreboard.
Dolph, Ohio State has come back to take a lead over Penn State late in the fourth quarter, 30-24. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, just underway. Second quarter, Minnesota over Rutgers 7-0. Oklahoma beats Iowa State at Jack Trice 27-13. It's Southern Illinois over Northern Iowa 3-0 in the first period. In the third quarter, it's Drake and Stetson tied at 10. Top 25, TCU 34, West Virginia 31, and Notre Dame over Syracuse late in the fourth quarter, 38-24, Dolph.
All right, John, thank you. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. Old Abe was in office. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch of U.S. Bank or log on today at usbank.com. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, U.S. Bank. Ohio State now has extended the lead over Penn State 36-24 with a little less than 3 minutes to play in that game. That's out in Happy Valley. Yeah, State College. And it looks like the Buckeyes, they were down early, but it looks like they're going to survive now, Ed. And, you know, it's never easy to go to College Park and win.
No, it's not, especially they had a whiteout today, too. I was watching some of it this morning, and they've got all those white...
all those crazy white towels.
Yeah.
We're going to enjoy our national anthem. Of course, it's homecoming, so the homecoming, the alumni band is interspersed here in the stadium with the Hawkeye marching band that had a great time at Ohio State a week ago. Niall Kinnick up on the scoreboard. Let's enjoy our national anthem.
Conducted by Director of Bands Emeritus Dr. Myron Welch, our national anthem.
Job of the Hawkeye marching band. The fireworks are going on. Boy, if ever there was a day for a flyover, this was it. But no flyover today. We do want to say hi to our military hero, Robert Bob Williams, a native of Iowa City, lifelong Hawkeye fan, naval aviator in 1965, flew Navy jets. He had 2 tours of combat duty in Vietnam, 111 recorded combat missions for Robert Williams. Flew an A-6 Intruder on bombing missions over North Vietnam. He earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, 10 air medals, 7 Navy commendations, and later became a commercial pilot for a number of air services. Captain Williams, thank you, sir, for your service. Right now it's time for the Hy-Vee coin toss. Rob Brooks is down at center field. Mark Klosinski is today's referee. Rob, go ahead.
Dolph, you got it. Iowa captains arm in arm heading out to center field. Of course, Campbell, Merriweather, Laporta, and Moss. Northwestern, the visitors, will make the
Gentlemen,
call.
good luck today. This is our coin. This is the head. The eagle is tails. Heads, tails. Northwestern, you're the visitor. You want head.
The season he's had, given all the consternation and the criticisms and the hard practices, he's no doubt challenging the offensive line like the coaches have.
Well, and you know, this is a pretty different environment than a week ago, when you had 110,000
that hated you.
And now you're home in my favorite stadium, obviously, in the Big Ten, and so I'll bet he's ready to bark out those first signals.
Hi to everybody watching on our Hawkeye YouTube channel this afternoon, and appreciate you tuning in, listening in as well as we get set to go with Iowa Northwestern. Northwestern won the toss and deferred. The Hawks will get the ball to start. Hawk fans stop in to Come and Go before and after the game today to experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier, fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it to you curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. We await the kickoff. Happy birthday, happy 90th birthday to Marv Hiddleston over in Des Moines. Hi to Marv and Ruth. Marv forever and ever and ever was with the Dana Companies there in Des Moines and a great supporter of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Marv's on the edge of his recliner right now. One of our faithful listeners. Hi, Marv, to you and the Hiddleston family. And go Hawks. Marv is no doubt our good luck charm for today. Northwestern's Adam Stage will kick deep toward the north goal line, and Ed, the Hawks are looking into that sun to start.
Yeah, it's not right dead in their face, though. It's kind of off at an angle. 2:30 is better than noon.
This is Adam
returning the field.
This is Adam Stage's first kickoff this season, so they're making some changes on special teams as well. And it's a real short pooch kick taken at the 35 or the 26-yard line. Potabom with the fair catch. Well, that's why it's his first kick of the year. So Northwestern goes with Adetomiwa Adebawe. He's the best of the lot, 6'2" senior from Kansas City, 280 pounds at defensive end. Sean McLaughlin, the other DN. Devin O'Rourke is at a tackle, along with Ryan Johnson. Caleb Johnson will start at tailback, and Deontay Vines starts the game at wideout for the Hawkeyes. Laporta wings left. Now both tight ends, Potabom and Laporta, come in motion as Petrus is up under center Jones, and they run the jet sweep to Arlen Bruce, and he avoids a tackle behind the line of scrimmage and gets upfield to the 34. A gain of about 8. Great play on first down. Great effort by Arlen Bruce.
Oh, it's terrific effort. They actually had 2 guys take a shot at him out there. He spun out of it and picked up almost a first down.
Jeremiah Lewis, the safety, saved the first down for the moment. Northwestern had the play figured, but a missed tackle leads to a gain of 8. Even balanced line with 2 tights again for the Hawkeyes. Here's Petrus. Gives it to Caleb Johnson, and he's loose. He's at the second level. Angles toward the near sideline. First down across midfield. Still going. They can't get him on the ground. 4 white shirts had a shot at him. And the future of that running back position, really impressive.
This is a great cutback move because you can see Northwestern slanting to the right side on defense, and he saw that and cut it back, and there was nobody there.
Gain of 18 yards, angling far side to near side for Caleb Johnson. and shedding tacklers all the way. 18 yards gives the Hawks first and 10 at the 48 of Northwestern. 2 plays are in Wildcat territory. On a play fake, Petrus a roll out right, has a man wide open. Guess who? Sam Laporta down the sideline for the first down and a gain of 14.
Beautiful play, beautiful play. We had 3 receivers, 1 deep, 1 in the middle, and Laporta coming underneath. Dumped off, real easy pass. Good running after the catch.
The play fake had Northwestern going the wrong way, almost the entire unit. And chasing him down was Xander Mueller to the sideline, the linebacker. Mueller, Bryce Gallagher, he and Jack Campbell are the 2 top tacklers in the Big Ten, and Rod Hurd the second are the backers. But the Hawks are on the move at the 33 of Northwestern. A gain of 15 on a first down run, or a catch and run. Here's Johnson, big hole over left guard and tackle, and Caleb squirms his way down inside the 25 to the Northwestern 24.
Potabom was lined up like a tight end behind the right tackle, came across the formation and kicked the opposite side linebacker out for a big hole.
Bryce Gallagher tracked him down, but not after he got 9, he being Caleb Johnson. I'll tell you what, Sam Laporta and Connor Colby were bulldozers as well, along with Potabom. Second and short. Hawks can call anything here. Here's the snap. The give is to Caleb Johnson. Big hole. He gets 5 before anybody lays a glove on him. And then he's tied up at the 18-yard line. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Boy, it's been a while since we said that.
This is really impressive. The way the offensive line is getting off and moving the line of scrimmage, something we haven't seen for a few weeks.
Strong safety Jeremiah Lewis made the tackle. He's back there with Cam Mitchell and Theron Johnson and Tyler Haskins. Northwestern's had some injury issues in the secondary. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. In motion is Potabom. Oh, Petrus juggles the football but gets it under control, and then wisely dives inside the 15. So he made 4 positive yards out of Zippo.
Yeah, that's a high snap to the left. This is on the center, and he does a good job of controlling it and then getting back upfield.
Devin O'Rourke, the defensive tackle, got him on the ground, but good job by Spencer. Actually, they put his knee down at the 15. So it's a net of almost 3. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa's burned 3.5 minutes of the opening period on their opening drive. Petrus to throw on a play fake, time, and hits a crossing route inside the 10 to Brody Breck. That's a gain of 6. Iowa comes up 3rd down and 2.
Well, one of your keys to the game, while I was giving my keys to the game, was to have a good pocket, a clean pocket. And that was one right there.
Xander Mueller, the weak side linebacker, chased Brody Breck down. Brody kind of stumbled when he went to turn the corner, or he'd have had the first down. 3rd down, a little less than 2 for the Hawks. Single back is Gavin Williams. Laporta's wing to the left. They're going to run the other way. Gavin is going to be dropped for a yard loss. They didn't. The misdirection fooled nobody there in the Northwestern backfield.
They slanted right in to where the ball went, even though we ran all that motion the other way. Linebacker tackle.
Yeah, Xander Mueller, the 235-pound junior from Wheaton. Actually, it's a bigger loss than 1, a 2-yard loss, 4th and 4. Crowd doesn't like the call, but Hawks have to go for the field goal here, get the early lead. Drew Stevens is on and will kick out of the hold of Torrey Taylor. Luke Elkins snaps it back, and the kick is up and right through. It's like a point after try. Good start for the Hawkeyes. They'd rather have 6, but they'll take 3.
Yeah, and the way they controlled the line of scrimmage, except for this last play, was very impressive on that drive.
3-0 with 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. Iowa scores first, and we'll come back with a Hawkeye kickoff next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding, by asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com, member FDIC.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Every Hawkeye scoring drive sponsored by Shields again this year. Thank you, Shields, for all your Hawkeye holiday gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Hawks take the opening kick and march 63 yards, 9 plays. They use 4:59 of clock, almost 5 minutes. And a 29-yard field goal by Drew Stevens has the Hawks on the board at 3-0. Our game day coverage is brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Good start to give that defense the lead right away, Ed.
Well, and to take 5 minutes off the clock. That was an excellent drive. You know, we have the miscabobble of the bad snap down inside the red zone. So who knows what would have happened without that.
Yeah, and although Petrus did make positive yardage out of it of about 3, the drive would stall out from there. Back deep for Northwestern is Evan Hull. That's a rarity when your starting tailback is your kick returner, but he's that good. Averaging about 22 yards a return. So you're rolling the dice with him, but apparently Pat Fitzgerald is not happy with the other candidates this season. Stevens will kick off. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers. At the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Fair catch called for and made by Evan Hull. That's why he's out there. He's the sure hands. Don't you return it, just call fair catch. He caught that at the 5. That was very returnable.
Yeah, a lot of teams have gone to that philosophy. They're just not going to gamble with kick returns. They'll fair catch it anywhere.
Well, he's going to run it now. He's the tailback behind quarterback Brendan Sullivan. And they'll flood that secondary with receivers. Double slot, 2-by-2 with a tight end. So it's an empty backfield. Hull's out there somewhere in that receiver formation. So here's Brendan Sullivan, the sophomore from Michigan. And the first snap of the day, the Hawks rushing 4. Sullivan looking for running room after he can't find anybody open, and he fires it out of bounds. Actually caught by a Northwestern receiver. A nice catch by the tight end, but he was 5 yards out of bounds. Oh, what good coverage downfield.
Boy, it was great coverage, and they kept the quarterback in the pocket. He finally leaked out a little bit to the right to throw it away, but our defensive ends kept him in there.
Same formation, 2-by-2, except this time Hull moves to the backfield. He gets the draw handoff and squeezes through a nice hole off the right side, crossing the 30 to the 31-yard line. That's a gain of 6 on second down. Wildcats face 3rd and 4 with 9.5 to go. First quarter, Iowa leading 3-0. Seth Benson on the stop, and the crowd encouraging its top 10 ranked defense to get a stop. Northwestern just 27% on third down this season. 2 tight ends, 2 wides, and Hull goes in motion, the tailback. Here's the snap. He's looking for Hall. Makes the catch. He'll get the first down. You could see that coming.
All the way. That wide receiver just went down to get in front of the cornerback from coming up to cover him.
Jay Higgins and Quinn Schulte got there too late to prevent the first down. He gets 7 out to the 38-yard line. Once Hall goes in motion to the flat, you know it's 90% of the time going to come to him. That's his 41st catch of the year. 2 tight ends again for the Wildcats, twin receivers to the right, and Hull in the backfield as the Wildcats move the chains. Here's Hull sweeping to the short side of the field, turns the corner, gets across the 40 and then thrown back. Good open field tackle by Quinn Schulte, and Riley Moss was there to help. And they give him, they give forward motion only to the 39. That's a gain of 1. But Riley Moss played off a block and really put his shoulder pads right into his kneecaps.
Yeah. He's going to be a great safety at the next level.
Here's the draw handoff again to Hull. This time the Hawks hem him in, led by Cooper DeJean and Jay Higgins. Down him after a gain of 2. Northwestern's going to face 3rd and 6, perhaps 7 yards at the 42-yard line. 8:05 to play first quarter. Hawkeyes want to get off the field. Now we've got, we have an injured Wildcat. Thomas Gordon, their junior tight end, is down. And he's got something wrong with the lower level of his body. He's on one knee. 8:04 to play first quarter. Iowa has the lead at 3-0. And let's see if Network has stepped out. Yes, they have. So we'll do the same and come back in just a minute to Kinnick Stadium with the Hawks leading 3-0. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance Companies to protect it. Find your new agents and the right coverage for your company's assets at emcins.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wrestling coaches Tom Brands and Clarissa Chun down on the field being introduced to the crowd. They were the homecoming parade marshals last night. Coach Brands and Coach Clarissa Chun. Of course, her program kicks off or goes to the mat next year. And the Hawkeye wrestling season is, surprise, sold out.
Yeah, and they're still announcing all of the honors that Coach Brands has earned, so that took about 3 minutes.
NCAA champ, Big Ten champ, gold medal winner.
Yeah.
Pretty good looking pair of homecoming parade marshals down there. The Hawks open their wrestling season November 13th at home with Cal Baptist. They've got Iowa State at home this year, Oklahoma State at the end of the season. So a lot of great wrestling, and thank you, Hawk fans. 14,900 season tickets sold. Here it's Iowa 3, Northwestern nothing. Midway through the first period, tight end Thomas Gordon, it looked like he had something more in the head area, maybe a concussion, or they're going to check him out anyway. It wasn't a lower extremity, but he was a little wobbly as he left the field. All right, Northwestern faces 3rd and 7. Big game here, a big play here early in the game for both the Iowa defense and the Northwestern offense, with the Hawks leading 3-0. Twin receivers either way. Hull, the tailback. Here's Brendan Sullivan. He's not afraid to run. The Hawks send a late blitzer, and down he goes. Way back at the 25. Oh, Seth Benson got to him, but it was a blitzer. Deontay Craig also in the backfield, but they sent a secondary man on a delayed blitz, and that's a Mershman Seed sack, our first of the day.
Yep, and you know, it really is a great play.
Oh, it was Benson who came on the blitz.
Well, yeah.
And Deontay Craig caught up to him because the tackle peeled off to pick up Benson, and that left Deontay Craig free. He's like a safety.
Yeah.
Big loss back to the 25-yard line. 20-yard loss, and here's the punt, so the Hawks should get good field position, and they do. Arlen Bruce with a catch.
Oh, he hit him out of bounds.
Then he takes a shot out of bounds, but I don't see any flag.
I don't either.
He was being dragged down with the when the late hit came in. Hawkeye coaches aren't really arguing a whole lot. We'll keep it right here. 36-yard punt by Luke Akers, who's averaging 44 a kick. So the Hawkeye defense, good dial up there by Phil Parker.
And you know what? Field position. Terrific job on that big loss on 3rd down, and then a short punt.
$150 to Children's Hospital across the street, courtesy of Mershman. The Hawks have it at the 41-yard line of Iowa. Well, let's see if they can finish a drive here. Here's a pitch to Caleb Johnson. Boy, are they opening up some holes on the left side. He gets close to a first down up near midfield.
Oh, that's a real late flag that came in. Real late flag.
Okay, let's check it out.
Illegal use of the hands. Offense number 79. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Well, they get Jack Plum for illegal use of the hands.
I don't know how you do that. It's either holding. I don't understand that. It came way late.
Well, he blocked the guy below the knees. If it was anything, it was a cut block. But they say illegal use of the hand. Maybe he grabbed his ankles. I don't know. That's goofy. But it really is costly. Iowa had a gain of 8 on first down. And here's Petrus to throw on a play fake. Gets it out to LaShawn Williams. And he gets up to the 38-yard line. So it's going to be 2nd down and 14 after a gain of 6. It was 1st and 20. That's a good toss by Spencer there. And LaShawn had single coverage but couldn't quite free himself from the linebacker, Grayson Metz, who's only 215 pounds. He's like a strong safety, and good job of the linebacker, but good job by LaShawn to gouge out 6 yards. Offset eye now for the Hawkeyes. Potabom blocking for LaShawn Williams, who takes this series. Here's Petrus rolling out right, throws, caught at the 45-yard line by Deontay Vines, and he gets forward to the 48. So the Hawks, after those first 2 plays, are just 3 yards shy of a first down.
Yeah, they have seen that cornerback, number 11, is playing real deep, and so they threw it right in front of him. Hampton.
Yeah, Gallagher and Hampton, the cornerback, Gallagher, the linebacker, make the stop. Big play here with 5.5 to play first quarter. Iowa 3rd and 3 from near midfield. They need 3 to keep the drive going. Hawks have 4 receivers in this set. Out of the gun. Petrus, plenty of time, but nobody open. Now he's going to run for the first down. And he's pretty close. They're going to mark him down just outside the 49. So he'll be just about a half a yard shy of the first down. I don't think there's any doubt what you do here. Petrus is going to keep it, gets the first down. Good job to go with a quick snap.
Yeah. And, you know, then you can get all 3 of those offensive linemen on the inside to form a wedge and just push everybody back and just get right on their hip.
Jones and the guards were already down, and everybody just all of a sudden ran to the line. And good call by Spencer. Reganey checks in now for the Hawkeyes. It's a gain of 3. He needed a half a yard, gets it to the 47. And with 4:42 to play first quarter and Iowa leading 3-0, the Hawks move the chains. Laporta splits out wide left. Reganey and Bruce to the right. Now Bruce goes in motion. Here's Petrus, straight back, deep drop over the middle, and it is incomplete. Intended for Laporta on a deep square end. Is that deflected?
I think he just dropped it.
Okay.
They had him covered in front and behind. Good throw.
Yeah, it might have been touched by the safety. Hard to tell from that angle of the replay that we're looking at. Alexander Mueller, the linebacker, was in coverage. He may have got a glove on it. Second down 10, thankfully not intercepted. Unfortunately not caught. Petrus to throw again. Lobs it to the sideline. Has Brody Breck for 8. Maybe 7, close to 8. Hawks are going to be 2-3 yards shy of a first down. Third down, A.J. Hampton Jr. right there. Brody Breck on a quick square out. Nice catch. And Petrus completes another. Spencer, 5 of his first 6 for 45 yards. Iowa needs 3 for the first down at the Northwestern 40, leading 3-0 inside 4 minutes to play first quarter. Petrus on a play fake. Now runs off to the left side, then throws it. Has Potabom for the first down. He's down the far sideline. First down at the 20. Let's hope he wasn't ahead of the line of scrimmage when he threw it. I don't see a flag.
No, you don't see this much from Spencer, where he's throwing the ball on the run. But that is a heck of a heads-up play.
It really is, because he knew he wasn't going to get the first down. But boy, he was real close to the line of scrimmage. The senior, that's just good upper class leadership there. And he flicked that ball out there. How he saw Potabom is beyond me. 17 yards on the pickup, and Iowa's in business, 1st and 10 at the Northwestern 24. Fake the give to the running back. Now they hand off to Brody Breck on an end sweep, and he gets decent yardage inside the 20 down to the 19. Brody looked like he wanted to throw the ball.
Yeah, he wanted to throw the ball down the field because they had Arlen Bruce running a flag pattern, but he was covered, and he pulled it down and picked up 5.
Austin Firestone, defensive tackle, got downfield for the stop, and we have an injured Wildcat on that play, chasing Brody Breck down the hash mark. It's Jordan Butler, likewise a defensive tackle. Maybe a cramp.
Yeah, the way they're pushing his toe back.
All right, 2:50 to play in the first quarter. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Okay, he's walking off the field. We'll step out, take a break. Iowa on the move. It'll be 2nd down and 6 for the Hawkeyes after a 4-yard gain by Breck on the end around. 2:54 to go first quarter. 3-0 Iowa. The ball will be at the Northwestern 19 when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye football. Iowa leading 3-0 with 2:54 to go first quarter. And the Hawks are in the Case IH red zone once again at the 19-yard line, facing second down and a long 6. Get well wishes to a son of a buddy of ours, Keith Murphy, the sports director at WHO TV in Des Moines. Keith, the Murphy's son, Cade, has had several surgeries the past few weeks for valley fever. And Keith's one of our dear friends, great supporter of our broadcasts, and does a great job for WHO. Has been there many, many years. So our best to Keith, his wife, and the family.
Yeah, I've been keeping up with that, with his Facebook posting. That's a nasty deal. You get infection in your lungs, and they've had to clean that out, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 times already.
Stay strong, Cade and the Murphy family. Quick update from Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, Dolph, Gavin Williams, Iowa running back, spent several minutes in the medical tent, has come out, but has not been back in the game. That's why you're seeing a lot of Caleb Johnson here so far in the first quarter.
Boy, between Gavin and Keegan Johnson, this has been a year to forget for those two young guys, and Iowa needs them so badly on the offensive side of the football. See what the Hawks do here. Petrus up under center Logan Jones. They're going to run straight ahead with Caleb Johnson, and he gets bumped off stride at the 17. And they've had a lot of success running inside, so that's not a bad call. You got third down now and a long 3.
Yeah, and you know, there was 9 people in the box there. That's Northwestern style.
Sean McLaughlin, the defensive end, on the stop. Third down and 3. Quickly, Petrus has the lines down. He's in the gun. LaShawn Williams back there with him. A lot of time. Throws it over the middle to LaShawn. He's got the first down inside the 10. Again, the offensive line with that clean pocket gave Petrus the time he needs.
Boy, and he looked, that was his escape zone there. That's the last guy, probably third in his progression, and he hit it for the first down.
Needed 3, got 8. Javelin Pate. Backup. They've used like 4 defensive ends on each side of the line, each end of the line for Northwestern. They've run a lot of people in there. So it's first and goal at the 9 as the Hawks continue on in the Case IH red zone. LaShawn Williams tries to get to the outside, gets a block, and then he's dropped at the 6. Big Mason Richmond out there had the initial contact that cleared out the linebacker, but LaShawn was a little unsure of himself on where to cut.
Yeah, we missed one of the blocks downfield by one of our offensive linemen, and that was why the play collapsed.
As it is, he gains 3 to the 6. Grayson Metz, the Sam linebacker, on the stop. 1 minute to go first quarter. The Hawks have moved the ball. Let's see if they can get more points here in the form of a touchdown. Caleb Johnson took a look inside, gets outside, reaches for the goal line, and is he over? Touchdown, Iowa! He was almost knee down at the 2, but that long arm, he reached out over the goal line, and the ball penetrates that imaginary plane.
I only heard touchdown Iowa once.
Touchdown Iowa!
Now we're talking.
First time since October 1st, buddy boy.
I was hoping you hadn't forgotten.
Well, forgive me if I'm a little rusty. I am forgetful. That's a given.
Plays under further review.
They say the play's under further review, but gives us a chance to plug our wonderful sponsor, Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery, but what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? And the sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Thanks to Athletico, they sponsor all of our plays under review. I tell you, this kid is so good at, when he decides to cut back, he's so quick through that sliver of a hole, and he got from the 6 and the 2 to the 2 in a blink of an eye, and then reached out to the goal line. The ball was a little loose, but it had already penetrated the goal line by then.
Yes.
This should be a touchdown.
He has great vision. Here he comes.
After review, the runner was down with the ball a half yard short of the goal line. It will be 3rd and goal.
Okay.
Well, you don't want to hand the ball backward here. Quarterback sneak again. Quarterback sneak.
So the ball is inside the 1. And I'm guessing Logan Jones and those 2 guards, Colby and Bo Stevens, are saying collectively, run behind me.
Yeah, road grader.
Out of a power eye, here comes Petrus. He's over the goal line.
Oh, no, they're not going to give it to him.
What's the delay here?
It.
His body's in the end zone.
Well, I guess we can see better from up here.
These guys do go to the optometrist once a year, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, his entire 3/4 of his body was in the in the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa!
And he is
touchdown, Iowa! I got to say it 4 times.
Now you got it. And he is 6'5". So
I'm sorry. 31 seconds to go in the first quarter. The Hawks extend the lead to 9-0, and hopefully 10, pending the point after. Long snapper Luke Elkin will fire it back to Torrey Taylor. How about Torrey Taylor? He's gotten the whole first quarter off. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick is good. Drew Stevens on the year. I don't think he's missed a point after try, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he has not.
Yep.
And
he didn't miss that one either.
Torrey, I hope he doesn't nod off.
Hope he doesn't get rusty.
Yeah.
He'll keep that 46.5-yard average at least for another 15-minute period. Timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes lead Northwestern now 10-0. It looks like we'll keep it right here for the remaining 30 seconds. That Shields scoring drive, 59 yards, 14 plays. Petrus, a 1-yard rushing touchdown. His first rushing touchdown of the year. For all your Hawkeye holiday gear, check out Shields in Des Moines, Cedar Falls, Iowa City, and Sioux City.
Well, Shields, let's hope that you get to throw a few more lines their way today.
We owe Shields a few plugs. Happy Halloween, too, by the way, Hawk fans. Happy Halloween, happy homecoming, and let's hope the Hawks can close the month out on a roll and keep that roll going into November. All right, Stevens will run up and kick off. We'll see if Evan Hull makes the fair catch again. He lets it go into the end zone. They'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Mid-American Energy. You need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy-saving tips. And when corn grows Iowa, all Iowans win. Take a look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin.
Black and Graves are in the defensive tackles.
So the Hawks are rotating linemen in too, as Northwestern gets set to snap the football to quarterback Brendan Sullivan. Hull's the tailback. He gets the handoff. Nowhere to run. And he loses 3 or 4 yards. Lucas Van Ness charged across the line of scrimmage and clogged everything up.
What was he, about 5 yards deep into the backfield? Unbelievable.
He just took that new right tackle, Caleb Tiernan, who's out there because of injuries, and flung him out of the way. 2nd down and 14. Here's a roll right and then a throw to the tight end across the middle of the field, and he may have a first down. He does. That's the backup, Marshall Lang, for the injured Thomas Goodman. Boy, Sullivan sold a quarterback run to the left and then threw
the end of the first quarter.
Threw back across his body to tight end Marshall Lang. That's a well-designed play.
Oh, boy, I tell you, the Hawks really bid on the play fake. There was nobody over there.
Phil Parker is not going to be happy about that, as Iowa had Northwestern 2nd and 14 and led them out of the box. First down at the 37 when the second quarter starts in just a minute. And while we wave to the kids across the street at Stead Family Children's Hospital, we'll tell you after one period, it's Iowa 10, Northwestern nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series. From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeye football from Iowa City. Welcome back. We're brought to you courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and by Anheuser-Busch Bud Light. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. They're just making the announcement that the Richard O. Jacobson Foundation has made the largest gift in University of Iowa history, $70 million to support a new patient care long-term facility.
And it goes in, it's a tower that goes in where the water tower is.
So it's
now
at the other end of the complex from Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw that Mike Richards, the president of the Regents, showed me a design of it. It's very impressive.
Well, Dick Jacobson, great friend of ours when he was alive, Jacobson Trucking, and great family out of the Des Moines area.
And gave money to Iowa State and UNI.
He's given money to all our state universities. So we remember Dick today once again for his generosity and philanthropy. Hawkeyes 10-0 over Northwestern after the first quarter. Iowa with 127 yards of offense to 14 for the Wildcats. And good balance, 70 passing, 57 rushing. Hawks 3 of 5 on third down, 11.5 minutes of possession to 3.5 for the Wildcats, who just converted a big first down on 2nd and 14 thanks to the shiftiness of quarterback Brendan Sullivan. So we turn around and go opposite directions. Northwestern now heading from north to south. 1st and 10, the ball at the 36-yard line of the Wildcats. And back there, 2 tailbacks now in the Wildcat backfield. Evan Hull. And we'll pick up the other running back. I don't have a name on his number. And he's got the football. And down the field he roars to midfield. That's Cole Freeman, a reserve quarterback. He lined up in the backfield, did Freeman.
Good looking screen. That was.
I just heard another name, so they've obviously switched some jerseys out there. Anthony Tyus, I think they said. He's still in the backfield. Play fake to him. They throw it out to the wing and not much. Just getting back to the line of scrimmage is Evan Hull. He lined up wide that time. Number 0 in the backfield, Anthony Tyus. He's number 7 on our 2 deeps, but he's wearing 0 today. Well, that's a little deception.
Yeah.
It's not fair to the broadcasters. 4 receivers, 1 running back for the Wildcats. That running back is Tyus. Here's Sullivan with good protection, gets rid of the pass to Hull, and he's immediately dropped by the cat quick linebacker Jay Higgins. But it was a gain of 5. Northwestern has 3rd and 4 at the Hawkeye 45.
Yeah, and you know, this is where they like to throw that quick pass sideways.
So the crowd, sold out house, gets behind the Iowa defense. Come on, black shirts, they're yelling. 3 by 1 is the receiver formation, 3 to the wide side. Hall in the backfield with Sullivan. Sullivan, it's a quarterback draw all the way, and he's got running room. First down and then out of bounds at the Iowa 35. He gains 10. And boy, he is quick when he gets into the open field, isn't he?
You know, because we had a beat on him at about the goal line, and we just couldn't tackle him.
Cooper DeJean with the force out, but Charlie Schmidt, the center, a great kick out block, and that opened up the middle. And here's Sullivan on a quick snap. They set up the screen to Hull, and he's got room. He gets inside the Iowa 30 to the 29. Boy, they're throwing the kitchen sink at this Hawkeye defense now.
Yeah, and they're going quick with that quick count. So trying to wear us down, you know, when you're running sideline to sideline with this kind of temperature, it's tough to keep up.
Campbell and Benson combine on the stop. He gets 6 on first down. Second down 4 for the Wildcats. Twin receivers right, single receiver to the left. They run the draw handoff to another tailback. This one's Cam Porter, and he's upset just as he approached the line of scrimmage, or excuse me, the first down marker. It looks like he's going to be a yard shy. Third down, about 1.5 yards. Porter upset by Riley Moss. Good open field tackle by Riley as he came up and hit him in the kneecaps.
Now, I think this is 4-down territory for Northwestern.
Ball inside the 27. They need to get to the 25. And they snap it on a Wildcat to Cam Porter, and he gets the first down inside the 25. Sullivan broke in motion and went wide left. And now Cam Porter, who was standing in the backfield, got the snap and runs for the first down. He needed 2, got 2. Well, here's where the Hawkeye defense needs to dig in. 25-yard line of Iowa. Northwestern with its first sustained drive. Lucas Van Ness gets credit for the tackle. Sullivan back behind center. Throws it to a man in motion. And he's inside the 25 to the 23. Andrew Clare. So they've used all 4 tailbacks now in this series. Clare broke from the backfield in motion. Straight sideways throw. Actually threw it behind the line of scrimmage to Clare, a junior, a graduate senior from St. Louis University. Here he comes again. Big hole around the left side. And I was wondering if they're going to throw a flag on Picozzi. The
for tackling
left guard. Yeah, well, holding legitimately. It was pretty easy call to make.
Holding. Offense number 75. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Vincent Picozzi, who was at Colorado State a year ago and came to Iowa City with his football team then, and now he's at Northwestern as a graduate student.
Good place to get a graduate degree.
Sure is. Not bad. I think he's got a pretty good noodle, but not real smart there as he gets caught for an obvious hole, and the ball comes back to the 32. So it's second down and 17. It's a spot foul. Iowa's defensive end just disappeared under Picozzi. Here's Sullivan to throw on second and long. Now he's grabbed from behind. Down he goes. A great rush upfield by Ethan Herkett out of Cedar Rapids Xavier. He flashed signs of greatness a year ago, then got hurt, missed the rest of the season, but he shed Picozzi, came from the blind side and dropped Sullivan all the way back to the 47. There's a spot and rose hammer hit, and our second Mershman Seeds sack of the day.
I think on replay that was Skoronsky that he beat, the All-American.
They flipped Skoronsky over there. Okay, you're right, Ed. It was Skoronsky. Great play by Herkett. Third and forever. Sullivan falls down as he tried to escape the Iowa rush. They had him hemmed in, and guess who? Joe Evans.
Boy, he can really rush the passer. Third down.
He's got great change of direction, too. He was spying on Sullivan all the way. Joe, who drilled C.J. Stroud for a strip fumbled and score a week ago, and he covers up Sullivan, and he's back to the 49 of Northwestern. So they go from the 25 of the Hawkeyes back to their own territory, the 49, and they'll punt it away. Here's a line drive kick. This should be returnable for Arlen Bruce from the 7. Drives to the middle of the field, escapes one white shirt, then a flag comes in late.
They're going to get a block in the back. It's going to come back inside the 10.
44-yard line drive kick and a 10-yard return for Bruce, but a second major penalty going to be called, we think, on the Hawkeyes with 9:28 to go, second period. Here's the call.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Return team number 34. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. First down. Timeout.
So Hawkeyes reserve running back Zach Brand or Jay Higgins. There's two 34s. Not sure who it was on, but either way, it really puts the Iowa offense in deep territory. Hawks one of the least penalized team in the league, but boy, their penalties this year have been critical. They've come at critical times like that one. So instead of having it out near the 20, it'll be half the distance to the goal. Iowa, though, has the lead 10-0 with 9.5 to go in the first half on homecoming Saturday. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Mershman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Mershman introducing Starting Line, Mershman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment. Now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
The Iowa penalty was on linebacker Jay Higgins for the illegal block in the back as we welcome you back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football. Iowa 10, Northwestern nothing. 9:28 to go first half. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak, Rob Brooks. Our engineer producer is Corey Sheets, and our spotter stat man is John Swisher. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, welcoming Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. Bud Light brings you our halftime show as well. And U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Thank you, U.S. Cellular. Beautiful day in Iowa City. Looks like it's going to be a great weekend period. And a good weather for the Hawks to get this thing turned around the second half of the season. Ed, the offense has put up 127 yards of offense, now has the ball back, and a 92-yard drive for a touchdown would be a thing of beauty in addition to the weather.
Yes, and very smart playing on offense so far. Let's keep it up.
Wildcats have 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs. Petrus will be the quarterback, is the quarterback. LaShawn Williams will be the tailback. Iowa goes with the heavy package of a couple tight ends and 1 wide receiver. Here's a draw handoff to LaShawn Williams, and he loses a yard. Boy, there was a hole there. LaShawn was late getting to it.
Well, they bring that safety down, as Coach said during the pregame, that those safeties can really tackle, and he came down and filled the hole.
He did. Jeremiah Lewis, of whom you speak, a loss of a yard. And the ball now at the 7-yard line. Be careful down in here with a 10-0 lead. Arlen Bruce splits wide to the right. Tight end Laporta goes in motion right to left. Now he stops. There's a handoff to LaShawn Williams again, and he's drilled as he got to the line of scrimmage. A flag flies. We got a holding on Northwestern. I think I saw the sign.
That's what I saw.
Wow. Pat Fitzgerald.
Holding. Defense number 99. 10-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
That's our guy out of Barway. They're all Big Ten defensive end. How does a defensive end get called for holding?
Well, he's grabbing. You've got a lineman trying to pull the other way to block, and you reach out and grab him so he can't pull and get it up into the hole. But you don't get it. I've never seen it called for a long time. But thank you.
We'll take it.
Gods.
Hawks getting some breaks. And he went after Connor Colby. So knowing the way Connor plays the game, I'm not surprised at that flag. 18-yard line, 1st and 10. Gets Iowa out of a hole. Petrus to throw across the middle right and caught, but immediately hit and downed is LaShawn Williams. He escaped from the backfield. They give his forward motion, though, to the 24. That's a 5-yard gain. We'll take it.
Perfect on first down.
And he wasn't going any further because Bryce Gallagher had his meat hooks on him. But 2nd and 5, halfway through the second period, 8 minutes to go. Second quarter, Iowa 10, Northwestern nothing. Nico Reganey goes in motion. Double tights for the Hawkeyes. They're going to run off the left side. Cut back by LaShawn Williams, and he gets the first down out near the 31-yard line.
Well, give that all to the offensive line. They just pushed the defensive line of Northwestern back 4 or 5 yards. Good job of reading the soft spot.
Well, I'm telling you, Connor Colby is much more relaxed at guard.
Well, you know, it takes time. You know, that's...
He just didn't like, at least his body language, not comfortable at tackle. He is a all Big Ten, All-American freshman guard. And a big hole for LaShawn Johnson, like this is off the right side. Four more yards on first down out to the 34. Off the right side that time. Good block by Luke Lachey, the tight end. And Mason Richmond, Jeremiah Lewis, the safety, came up to make the stop. This is as good as we've seen the offensive line in unison.
And you know, Connor Colby coming inside playing guard is one of the things that's made it better.
You know, Logan Jones is going to get better by the snap, not the week, by the snap. His first year. Now Laporta goes in motion, play fake to the tailback. He's looking for Laporta, instead goes deeper downfield and caught. Oh, now they say incomplete. Ball juggled by Deontay Vines.
Yeah, that's a heck of a throw.
He got his mitts on it.
All the way across the field, right on the money.
Now, you look at the replay, credit Garnett Hollis, cornerback, for reaching in there and prying the ball loose from Deontay. Deontay tried to turn upfield before he had it secured. So, yeah, again, that's just lack of, a lack of playing. You can bet they'll come back to that. But you're right. Petrus had beautiful zip and accuracy on that throw. Reganey goes in motion. Double tight that way. Here's Petrus. Good pocket. Throws to the underneath man. That's Reganey on a comebacker. First down, midfield and out of bounds in Northwestern territory at the 47.
You know, Reganey really does a great job when he's called to go across the field. He goes in motion to the right and it comes all the way back to the left, wide open.
And again, the time Petrus had to wait for him to clear.
And nobody in his face.
Latched onto by Garnett Hollis, the corner. 17 yards on 2nd and 10, and the Hawkeyes move the chains again. We haven't seen a ton of first downs in any game this year. That's number 9 for the first half. Here's straight ahead running and now breaking to the near sideline and on the loose. Caleb Johnson rolled out of bounds at the Northwestern 30. That's a gain of 12 and a 1st and 10.
Well, again, the offensive line really charging off the ball. But Johnson being able to see that opening, he runs into an official, or he might have made a few more yards.
From the 42 to the 30, 12 yards for Caleb Johnson. He's rushed 7 times for 53 yards, 7.5 yard average. This youngster from Hamilton, Ohio, gets more comfortable. Tight eye for the Hawkeyes. Potabom, the blocking back. He goes in motion. They give straight ahead running to Johnson again, and this time Northwestern just had Iowa outnumbered as they were sending everybody. Devin O'Rourke was in there. Jeremiah Lewis, he's been a busy safety here as we wind down to 5 minutes to go in the first half of the Hawkeyes with a 10-0 shutout at this point. Devin O'Rourke led the charge, and Jeremiah Lewis helped out at the end. So it's no gain for Caleb Johnson. LaShawn Williams replaces Caleb at the tailback. Short gun for Petrus. Looks right, now comes back to the middle. Laporta escapes a tackler. Gets the first down, or very close at the 20-yard line. They had him dead to rights at the 25, but that's why Sam Laporta is all Big Ten.
And they just moved the sticks. That is a first down.
Thank you very much, Sam, who became Iowa's all-time career receptions leader for a tight end.
Now
you think of Dallas Clark,
erasing some names there.
Marv Cook, Mike Flagg, all the way back to Hayden Friday's all-time receptions leader for tight ends. That's the 10th first down of the first half of the Hawkeyes. 4 minutes, 14 seconds to play first half. Iowa with a 10-0 lead on the Wildcats, and whistles timeout
Iowa, they're first of the half.
So we'll take a break here and tell you our Honda dealers are great supporters of Hawkeye football. Your Eastern Iowa, Central Iowa Honda dealers. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Honda. Honda of Ames. Mike Gowerty wants to say hi. And in the Quad Cities, Tim Bothwell and Dan Kilmer are at Smart Honda of Davenport. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer. Test after test and field after field. Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for your field. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative and learn more. 10-0 Hawkeyes, 4 minutes to go first half at Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Hi to Greg in Humiston over in Wayne County. He's got his, sent us a picture on Facebook. He's got his Jim Zabel bobblehead down in front of the radio.
He's hugging and kissing his radio.
I think that's a Bud Light can I saw there too. Thanks, Greg. In Humiston, Wayne County, stand up, take a bow. Let us know where you're at today on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, or on Facebook at facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. 10-0 Iowa. Hawks are on the move at the Wildcat 20. 1st and 10. Oh, another touchdown before half would be great here, wouldn't it?
It sure would. And we've got 4 minutes, 2 timeouts left.
188 yards of offense, 107 through the air. We're seeing what Spencer Petrus can do given time.
Yes, we have.
Hawks are right at the doorstep of the Case IH red zone. They run the sweep with Reganey. Gets a great block downfield by Laporta inside the 10, out of bounds at the 8-yard line. That'll be 1st and goal. Sam Laporta plowing a path all the way.
Well, you know, he can do it all. He can pick up the first down by running through a tackle, and then making the block for another first down on the next play.
We're also seeing how much they missed Nico Reganey the first month of the season with injuries. 12 yards for Nico. And it's 1st and goal for the Hawks at the Northwestern 8. Double tights, single receiver, 3 tight ends actually, counting Potabom. On a play fake to the tailback, LaShawn Williams. Petrus avoids a sack, throws it out of bounds. Good job, good decision. He was waiting for Luke Lachey to clear at the near pylon. The linebacker, Gallagher, who's so outstanding, went right with him and then handed him off. And Spencer avoided the sack. Boy, Adebayo came charging across the line of scrimmage, and that shows you the strength of Petrus. He fired it into row 8.
You ought to see the block LaShawn Williams put on the defensive end, which they turned loose on him.
Or he might have been sacked sooner.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
That was the other end, Sean McLaughlin. Luke Lachey stays in. He's slotted right with Laporta, and Reganey wide right. Here's Petrus, hands off, straight ahead running. They sold the pass, gave it to LaShawn Williams, and he burrows down to the 5-yard line. Grabbed onto by McLaughlin and Bryce Gallagher. 2 Irishmen combined on the stop. And good blocking at the point of attack by that O-line.
Yeah, again, the safety's coming up to make the tackle. So here we go. This is big, Dolph.
3rd and goal at the 5-yard line for the Hawks. 3 minutes to play, first half. Iowa leading 10-0. And Petrus to throw. Looks right, comes back to the left, throws into the end zone, just overshot Deontay Vines. He couldn't quite separate from Cam Mitchell, the cornerback, and the Hawks will have to settle for the try for 3. A lot of zip on that pass. I don't know if Deontay would have had strong enough hands to reel that one in.
But again, gee, Petrus just standing there in the pocket, nobody in his face.
All kinds of time. Stevens booted one earlier from 39 yards, as I remember. This one's a little shorter from the 14, so it's a 24-yard kick and right through. Boy, how big has Drew Stevens been, this freshman from South Carolina? Big time. 2:45 to play in the half, and the Hawks extend the lead to 13-0. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hawkeye football from Iowa City at Kinnick Stadium. The Hawks go 85 yards using 6 minutes and 43 seconds, ending in a 24-yard Drew Stevens field goal. He's 2 for 2 on the day, 9 of 10 on the season. 15 play, 85 yards. And the Hawkeyes, with nearly 7 minutes of clock, squeeze all but 2:45 off the big board at the end of the stadium before halftime and lead 13-0. Now you want touchdowns, but given what we've seen the past month, 13-0 looks awfully good.
Yeah, it does, and the improvement in the offensive line.
No
looks
question.
Awfully good.
Iowa 4 of 7 on 3rd down. Hawks have had the ball for 18 minutes and 22 seconds to 8:53 for the Wildcats. Northwestern has had one sustained drive. Iowa with 200 yards of offense to 36 for the Wildcats. Iowa with 106 on the ground, passing, as Petrus has been meticulous. 10 of 14 for 106 yards. Hawks have rushed for 96.
And the offensive line, again, I want to mention what they've done in both running plays and in giving Petrus time.
Well, the defense will come out and hopefully get a 3-and-out. Stevens will kick off. Evan Hull is deep at the 2. Here comes the run up in the boot. It'll be through the end zone. Thanks to our Lennox dealers. Beautiful weather now, but it's going to get cold. We know that as November approaches. Thanks to our Lennox dealers, Paul's Plumbing and Heating in Keokuk. In Muscatine, say hi to Chown's Appliance. There's A1 United Heating and Air Conditioning out in Omaha. Also in Southwest Iowa and Shenandoah, Red Oak, Apollo Heating and Air Conditioning. And the good folks up in the Yankton, South Dakota, Sioux Falls, Sioux City area, it's Kalen's Indoor Comfort. Lennox, proud supporter, longtime supporter of Hawkeye football. Timeout on the field with 2:45 to play till intermission, with Iowa leading Northwestern 13-0. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Caleb Johnson with 52 rushing yards on just 8 attempts to lead the Iowa ground attack as Iowa has a 13-0 lead. Spencer Petrus has the lone touchdown, a quarterback sneak, +2 Drew Stevens field goals, and the Hawks are up on Northwestern 13-0 with 2:45 to play till halftime. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, we'll probably see a lot more of Caleb Johnson along with Sean Williams. Gavin Williams, Dolph told you that he was in the medical tent back in the first quarter. Doesn't look good. He's not moving around very well. Some sort of lower body injury. So it'll probably be up to LaShawn and also Caleb. And, one thing about Deontay Vines, too, we talked about it last week. He's still got that fairly heavy brace on that left wrist and hand area. So you just wonder if there's any flex in that left hand. And that ball came in pretty hot across the middle, and it's a tough catch to make. Not making excuses for him, but he's coming off that pretty serious wrist injury. And like all receivers, Arlen Bruce, he thought he was pretty wide open there against the pylon. So I'm sure he'll have a little discussion with Spencer Petrus to say, hey, maybe we can hook up in the second half.
Robbie's reports are, as always, brought to you by U.S. Cellular. We wait for action to resume. It'll be Northwestern 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Minnesota leads Rutgers 14-0. That was early third quarter. Illinois 12-9 at Nebraska. The Illini leading 12-9, 6 minutes to go in the first half. Here it's 13-0 Hawkeyes. Earlier today, Ohio State defeated Penn State 44-31. Tonight, Michigan State at Michigan. Sullivan for Northwestern, a quarterback, hands off to Hull. He swings left, comes back upfield, crosses the original line of scrimmage to the 27, and he's batted down there by Riley Moss. That play took a long time to develop. By then, Riley had it sniffed.
Oh, boy, can he tackle in the open field. He came through a block. They were trying to block him with an offensive tackle.
He and Seth Benson might be the most textbook tacklers the Iowa defense has. Northwestern with 4 wideouts, make it 5. Double slot 3 and 2. Wide side to short side, and now a flag drops across the way. Let's see what the call is.
False start. Offense number 77. 5-yard penalty.
He's not having a good day.
I was wondering what Peter Skoronsky was so upset about. He claims that he was drawn across the line of scrimmage by, who is that, Deontay Craig? Oh, Ethan Hurkitt's out there at the defensive end. So it cost Northwestern 5. Now it's 2nd and 15. Here's a throw to the wing and caught by Hull. He gets the 5 back, plus an additional 2. Seth Benson there in the stop. Northwestern has 3rd down. Call it 8 from the 27-yard line of the Wildcats. They get the 5 back from the penalty, plus 2. Seth Benson right there with the tailback to make the stop. Minute 54 to go till halftime. Iowa hoping to get the ball back with a 3rd down stop. Wildcats have 3 wideouts, a tailback, and a tight end in the formation. Here's Sullivan drilled as he cocks the throw, and roaring in there to knock him down is Logan Lee, one of Iowa's best defensive linemen.
Boy, did he beat that left guard.
I thought it was a stunt at first, but no, he just took Vince Picozzi, and before Vince could blink, Logan Lee was around him. That's his 2nd sack, 3rd sack of the year. He's got 4.5 tackles for loss, and the junior from Orion, Illinois, comes up big. Iowa now has Northwestern pinned back at its own 17. Hawks call timeout with 1:39 to go till halftime. And Northwestern is going to be facing what, 4th and 18 for the first down. So the punting unit will come on. You give this Iowa defense rest, and that's what they look like.
Yeah, well, I tell you, that is something that Picozzi wishes he was back in Colorado right now.
Colorado State.
Yeah, Colorado. Well, anywhere in Colorado.
Somewhere in the mountains. That's the 3rd Mershman Seed sack of the first half. $450 already for Children's Hospital. No wonder they're waving and jumping up and down across the way. Here comes the punt. Oh, and it's a short one. Hits at midfield. Arlen Bruce gets away from it. It'll roll dead right at the midfield stripe. And I mean, who can blame the punter, Luke Akers, for rushing that punt? The Hawks got good penetration.
Yeah, they were coming for the block.
So Iowa has a half a field to work with, and 1:29 plus, what, 1 timeout? Yeah, 1 timeout remaining. And given the job that offensive line has done in keeping Spencer Petras clean, you got to believe they're at least going to get into field goal range. Wind really not a factor. Just a 33-yard punt as the Hawks march toward that north end zone. Petras shifts to the gun. 3 wideouts for the Hawks, including tight end Laporta. Petras going to throw down the field, and it is incomplete. No, it's caught.
Yeah.
Caught. The Northwestern cornerback jumped up, clapping his hands. Cam Mitchell, I thought he knocked it away, but the ball was caught, and it's a first down. Well, that's a heck of a catch by Arlen Bruce.
Yep.
On a deep square out to the Northwestern 37. That's a gain of 13. They come back the other way, same pattern, and forced out of bounds is Brody Breck at the Northwestern 30. So they've covered 20 yards in 2 plays. A.J. Hampton was right there, but even better throws by Petras.
Yeah, and both of them stopped the clock by getting out of bounds.
Petras 12 of 16 for 119 yards. Quarterback rating of 137.5. Talk about improvement. Reganey and Breck now split wide right. Looks like Brody Breck's coming out party today. Here's a draw handoff to LaShawn Williams. Great sidestep move. Gets the first down inside the 25 to the 23-yard line. Bryce Gallagher stayed with him and finally dropped him, but not after LaShawn Williams gets the first down to the Wildcat 22.
Yeah, that's it. The clock's running now, so they need to get the play off.
Spencer to throw. He's going to the sideline. Has a man, Laporta, on a square out right in front of the cornerback Cam Mitchell. 10 yards and another first down.
Boy, this is a throw. Man, is Spencer Petras on top of it today. This is a heck of a throw.
He's got time. We've said that how many times?
That's the key.
Well, they're going to say he didn't quite get the first. Well, they do too. All right, now they change the numbers. They flip it over right at the 12-yard line. Clock stopped with 47 seconds to go. Petras now 13 of 17 for 124. Luke Lachey comes in motion. He's going to throw a block for LaShawn Williams. Breaks free inside the 10, down to the 7. And it'll be second down from there. They get a first down at the 2. Aiden Hubbard, the defensive end, latched on to LaShawn. Hawks go with a hurry up. Half a minute to go till halftime. Iowa leading 13-0. They'd like to make it 20. Petras time throws. Scores! Touchdown! Luke Lachey. A square out at the line. And the youngster from Columbus gathers in a bullet of a throw from Petras. I mean, Spencer,
what was it?
He threw it wide. That's a touchdown, Iowa, I think is what that is. And a passing touchdown. Well, Luke Lachey caught the last one against Michigan.
That's right.
He catches the first one. He bookends the month of October with a couple of touchdown grabs as Petras rifles it 7 yards for the score. And Drew Stevens on for the point after try. Right through. Iowa 20, Northwestern nothing with 22 seconds to play in the first half. Boy, this is much more fun, isn't it?
Wasn't that a great drive? That was 50 yards in a little over a minute. And passing was perfect. And I mean, is this the same team? Was that just a nightmare last week that we had, or hey, Christmas?
Well, you had to love the defensive effort last week because of Ohio State having to settle for 4 field goals. What focus, what concentration by Luke Lachey. Spencer made sure he threw it wide of him so the corner of the safety had no chance to even deflect it. And Lachey, who's 6'5" with those long arms, you know, he was a heck of a basketball player.
I was going to say, that was a basketball catch there.
That was
having those hands like that.
That was a screen and roll if ever we've seen one. And Lachey put the finishing touches on a 6-play, 50-yard drive that used 1 minute and 7 seconds. Luke's second touchdown grab of the year. Well, his dad calling on the radio the Ohio State game at Penn State today is no doubt tuned in. So Big Jim, you should be proud. You and Ann should be very proud of what this young guy has done here today and in his young Iowa career. In fact, Ann and Luke's sister are here as they always are watching the game. Hawks go up 20-0. The kickoff by Stevens is out of bounds, and Northwestern has 22 seconds to do something before halftime. I'll bring it out to the 25. Stay with us for the Bud Light halftime show coming up. Looks like they're going to run one play at least. Sullivan out of the gun, hands off to Evan Hull, and he breaks free for about 7 yards on first down. The Hawks, of course, from the prevent, Northwestern with 3 timeouts left will not call a timeout, but they're hurrying up. They'll run one more play, and Sullivan to throw across the middle, incomplete, intercepted in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Raymond Nero, and Kayvon Merriweather. Great focus, playing deep, grabbed the ball off the deflection of the receiver, by the receiver, and good way to end the half. A pick.
All those zeros up on the big screen in the north end zone. 20, minutes to play at halftime and 20-0.
We'll enjoy the 20-minute halftime, and we certainly are enjoying the 20-0 Iowa lead here at the break. Bud Light halftime show is next from Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Sold-out crowd on homecoming Saturday enjoying what they're seeing. The Hawkeyes trying to end a 3-game losing streak and add to Northwestern's woes. Have a 20-0 halftime lead. And Ed, it's been a 3-phase complementary football. A couple field goals by Drew Stevens. Spencer Petras has looked as good as we've seen him in his career at Iowa. They're running the ball. He's completing touchdown throws to Luke Lachey right before the halftime break. The defense only on the field for 10 minutes. Got an interception to end the half. All good.
Hey, I'd say it's by far the best half the Hawkeyes have played in a long time. And speaking of good stuff, you know what? Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans just like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
A lot of ways to feel good, including Iowa's 20-0 halftime lead. Hawks have had the ball for nearly 20 minutes. Northwestern for just a little over 10. Iowa with 250 total yards to 40 for the Wildcats.
Well, you know, that's just amazing that, you know, we haven't had a halftime of offense like that till, I guess, going back to the Nevada game probably. But, gosh, my hat goes off to this Iowa squad for coming back after that miserable loss last week and putting this half together.
Now let's put two halves together. Our halftime show is brought to you by Bud Light, proudly welcoming Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. 20-0 at halftime. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. This holiday season, it's approaching in a hurry, so visit your local Iowa Lottery retailer for some holiday scratch tickets. Then enter your non-winners in the VIP club for a chance to win big cash prizes for up to $100,000. That'd help with your shopping list, huh? Visit ialottery.com for all details. 20-0 Hawks at the break. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Hawkeye football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of the Syngenta Group Company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
20-0 Iowa at halftime. Spencer Petras, 14 of 18 for 140 yards, one touchdown throw to Luke Lachey. Spencer's quarterback rating is north of 140 as the Hawkeyes put up 252 yards on 42 plays. Northwestern 40 net yards, 23 plays as Brendan Sullivan was 8 of 10. One interception late in the half by Kayvon Merriweather. He's been sacked 3 times. Caleb Johnson has 58 yards on 8 carries for a 6.5-yard average to lead Iowa. Evan Hull just 18 yards, 6 carries for Northwestern. Sam Laporta with 4 catches and a total of 36 yards. He's about to go over 1,500 yards for his career. Evan Hull has 4 grabs, so the Northwestern's leading ground gainer also is their leading pass catcher in the first half. Jack Campbell with 4 tackles to lead Iowa. Jeremiah Lewis with 7 tackles in the first half. The safety's been busy. Pair of Drew Stevens field goals, a 1-yard quarterback sneak by Spencer Petras for a touchdown, and Luke Lachey's 7-yard grab from Petras late in the first half. That's all the scoring in the game as the Hawkeyes dominating to this point, 20-0 over the Wildcats. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicines shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Out of a power eye, here comes Petras. He's over the goal line.
Oh, no, they're not going to give it to him.
What's the delay here? His body's in the end zone.
They gave it to him. The voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin there for Learfield. 20-0 at the half. So far, so good. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, number 2 Ohio State beat Penn State 44-31. That was a closer game than that score reflects. Minnesota is up on Rutgers 14-0. Illinois right now leads Nebraska 20-9. Later, number 4 Michigan will host Michigan State. In the top 25 today, number 7 TCU, a 41-31 win over West Virginia. We've got an upset at number 16 Syracuse loses to Notre Dame 41-24. Right now, number 1 Georgia up 21-3 on Florida. Oregon leads Cal 21-10. Oklahoma State trailing Kansas State 28-0 right now. Wake Forest leads Louisville 14-13 in a good game. University of Central Florida on top of Cincinnati 10-6. And Mizzou looking to ruin homecoming at South Carolina right now, up 17-0. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard at the half. The Hawkeyes lead. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At U.S. Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hawkeye football all season long. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
20-0 Iowa with a solid first half all the way around, leading Northwestern at the break, and Kirk Ferentz is walking up to our Rob Brooks right now.
Coach, a lot of good drives there in the first half, but maybe the most impressive that last one.
Yeah, it was good to get points first of all, and then to get a touchdown even better.
And you look at defense, great pressure up front, but it's just been complimentary football on that side.
Yeah, they're really doing a good job, pretty good against the run, and those couple sacks were really critical.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob.
I think that's kind of the theme of that first 30 minutes was some big plays up front defensively, and then obviously the coverage in the back end has been tremendous as well. And you got to really like that last drive to get into the end zone with Luke Lachey's touchdown. Really sends this team off to the locker room with a good feeling.
Yeah, great balance too, Rob, with Caleb Johnson running for over 50 yards, 8 carries, 6.5-yard average. The defense with 3 sacks. Jim Malini's got to be happy with that. The president of the Iowa Football Club, the former players that have a very active community serving Iowa Football Club. They were munching on tacos today at their big tailgater that they have every home game. Billy Happel's the vice president. Paul Postler, the treasurer. Hap Peterson, of course, all familiar names. Former Hawkeye players. Very active Iowa Football Club. It was great to see a bunch of those guys here back for homecoming, as they are every home game. The Hawkeyes with 4 possessions in the first half. They all ended in scores. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. Conversely, Northwestern 4 possessions. 3 of them ended in a punt, and the last one ended in Kayvon Merriweather's interception at Podolak. So talk about complimentary football.
Boy, I guess so. And Torrey Taylor is probably pouting in the locker room here at halftime, not getting a chance in the first half.
For once, he doesn't have his leg on ice. He wasn't called upon at all. He must feel left out, but I'm sure he's just delighted with what that scoreboard, how that scoreboard reads.
He likes holding for those field goals and extra points.
He does. So he was, at least the blood was flowing.
Yeah.
Hey, how about Jack Campbell this week named a finalist for the National Football Foundation and College Hall of Fame? Campbell, William V. Campbell, no relation, at least not that we know of. William V. Campbell Award that is symbolic of college football's premier scholar athlete, linebacker Jack Campbell is one of 15 finalists. He receives automatically an $18,000 postgraduate scholarship.
Which will be nice, but he won't need it because he'll be a first-round draft choice into the NFL, and 3.5 grade point average?
About 3.6 in business enterprise, and he also has a minor too. But talk about, I mean, how do you describe him? Assertive, diligent, enterprising, scrappy, opportunistic, mean, nasty. He's all those and then a lot more. and smart.
And one-handed interception machine like he did last week.
He is something special. And he'll be out there first to start the second half as Northwestern gets the ball to begin the second period. Drew Stevens sidewinds the kickoff to Evan Hull, and he fair catches at the 5-yard line, so they'll bring it out to the 25. 20-0. 20 minutes, 30 minutes of football remaining in this one before hopefully the Hawks flush that 3-game losing streak. Northwestern's lost 6 in a row since winning in Ireland on opening day against Nebraska. Brendan Sullivan, we assume, would be the quarterback. He is, and Hall is the tailback. And here we go. Really important possession here to start the second half, Eddie.
Yeah.
Hawkeye defense wants to get that ball right back. And that said, Hall zigs and zags his way to 7 on first down. 7-yard gain. Oh, that was a nice run. 2 or 3 Hawks tried to submarine him, and he made them all miss.
Yep, and he's got some great skills and hasn't been able to display them in the first half.
Riley Moss with the tackle, but not before he got almost 8. Sullivan's going to throw it to Hall, and boy, did he take a shot from Riley Moss. There's a spot on Rose. That was an excavator hit, not a hammer hit, because the ball was high. He hung Hull out to dry, and Riley Moss came in with 2 forearms in the chest, and Evan went flying backwards. Fortunately, he's okay. 3rd down now. 3rd down, a little more than 2 for the Hawkeyes. Interesting call on 2nd down and short. See what the Wildcats do here. Legitimate, free, and legal hit by Riley Moss. They're going to run straight ahead, and Hull's going to be short. Going to be short of the line to gain. He'll be a yard shy as the Hawks had it sniffed right. Quinn Schulte came up again with Moss and with Seth Benson, and the Wildcats will be forced to punt it away.
That was just a great
wait a minute.
scheme. Oh, yeah.
They're going to go for it. Wow. Talk about rolling the dice, and it does look like Brendan Sullivan got the first down. My, oh, my. 3rd down, less than a yard at their own 29 to start the second half.
Well, and, you've lost 6 in a row. That's definitely
good point.
4-down territory.
Yeah, they're testing their manhood there, and they got he just got across the 30. But the chains move, and Northwestern goes with 2 tights and 2 wideouts, and they run the draw handoff to Hull again. He can't quite escape Joe Evans. Joe was in the backfield as Hull got the handoff, and that's a defensive end trying to catch a tailback, and he grabbed him. He did get 2 yards.
And he does such a great job, Evans. Sometimes he'll use his hands just to get off of blocks.
Sullivan going to throw on 2nd down. Finds a man out near the 39-yard line. They'll be a yard or 2 shy of the first down. That's wide receiver Donnie Navarro, the former Fighting Illini. That's a gain of about 6. 3rd down, a little more than a yard for the Wildcats at their own 39. 2 minutes gone, 3rd quarter. Iowa 20, Northwestern nothing. Cooper DeJean with that last tackle on Navarro. Let's see if the Hawks can pin him back this time. Long snap count for Sullivan. Receiver in motion. They run straight ahead with the tailback, and he may have got the first down with a 2nd effort. That's Andrew Clare. They split Hull out that time. Clare was drilled by Lucas Van Ness at the line of scrimmage, but then he fell forward.
It's going to be 4th and a half yard.
Same thing. Yep. 4th and less than a yard. So the Wildcats are going to go for it again. 4th and about the length of a football. Hawks are jamming everything up front. Quarterback keeper, and he just falls forward for the first down. Not much you can do there. Good effort by the Northwestern front, moving forward. A lot of weight over the football there, buddy boy.
Yeah, there's a few thousand pounds of bodies thrown at each other there.
They'll go 1st and 10 from the 41. Can they keep living like this? Here's Logan Lee chasing Sullivan out of the pocket and then out of bounds. He'll lose a yard or two back to the 38. Boy, Logan Lee is quick for a defensive lineman, isn't he?
Yeah, and this is a fake run right at him. They were running right at him, and he split the guard and tackle, chased the quarterback down.
Picozzi was the one who whiffed on him, and then Lucas Van Ness got blocked in the back, but no call. The Hawks lose 2. That defensive front is winning the line of scrimmage, at least in the running game. 2nd down 12 for Sullivan and the Wildcats, who trail it 20-0. Sullivan, good protection. He gets rid of the ball, caught, and then tackled immediately after a short gain is Hooper Price. Jensen Hooper Price caught 7 balls on the year. He was a slot receiver that time, and Sullivan couldn't wait any longer. He had good protection, got rid of it, and immediately was drilled by Jack Campbell and Riley Moss. And you're going down. Those 2 guys are in the neighborhood. Gains 3. It's 3rd down and 9. 47-yard line of Northwestern. Well, they've used 4 minutes of this second half on this drive. Sullivan, a deep drop. Oh, it looked like a hold. He gets rid of the pass, incomplete anyway. Looked like a hold on Deontay Craig. He ultimately got to the quarterback, but Malik Washington, who's not been heard from. 40 catches on the year for Malik Washington. Boy, Lucas Van Ness was just hog-tied.
I'd say that.
Man, that is so obvious.
I mean, they're standing there and look at it, and they look at films from the games the week before. The officials, there's no excuse.
I guess you can't call it every time, but, I mean, Lucas Van Ness is lucky he still got his Adam's apple after that horse collar. Here's the punt, and it goes to the end zone and will be a touchback, and the Hawkeyes get the stop near midfield. And on the touchback, they'll bring it back out to the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 Iowa. When we come back, 10:40 to go 3rd quarter. 10:40 WHO and 10:40 to go in the 3rd period. Hawks 20, Northwestern nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes. Thank you.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
On homecoming Saturday, the Hawkeyes 20, Northwestern nothing. Congratulations to Megan Funk and Jordan Jeremy, our 2022 homecoming royalty at the University of Iowa. Megan and Jordan, congratulations. Hawks just, the public address announcer just introduced Adeline Kenlan, first team All-American gymnast for the Hawkeyes. Gymnastics will be starting their season shortly. They're working hard at it now. Iowa with annually great gymnastics. Speaking of great, the defending Big Ten champion Hawkeye men's basketball team opens its season Monday night. You'll hear it with Bobby Hansen and yours truly on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Iowa takes on Truman State. Exhibition basketball, and Truman State's head coach is Jeff Horner.
Now, why do they call it exhibition?
Doesn't count.
Oh, it's not a won or a loss at the end?
Nope, it's just a workout open to the public.
Is it because there's so many games you can play or can't play? Or?
Correct. Yeah, correct. You're allowed one exhibition game. Okay. The Hawkeye women opened up last night against Nebraska Kearney, and what was that?
It was 60-10.
118 to 29.
Yeah, I think it was 60
something
to
like
10
that.
At halftime is what Robbo told me.
Here come the Hawkeyes, 1st and 10, leading 20-0 over Northwestern. They run Caleb Johnson off the right edge, right guard and tackle, and he's knocked down after a gain of a couple. Xander Mueller, the linebacker, up to make the stop. So congratulations to Hawkeye women's gymnastics. The Hawkeye men, of course, with no more Keegan Murray, but they got Chris Murray and Patrick McCaffrey and Connor and a couple of exciting newcomers, including DeSante Bowen and Josh Dix. Philip Rebracha's back. The big guys, Agundale and Mulvey in the middle. Peyton Sanford going to be throwing in threes. Here's a terrific throw, but it dropped incomplete to Arlen Bruce across the 30 to the 34 sideline pattern. Petrus put it right on his hands.
Boy, it's a bullet, though. He dove to catch it, and I'm sure he's used to catching those, but
he had to stretch for it, and Arlen's upset with himself. He didn't come down with it. So the Hawks look at 3rd down and 8 with 9:58 to play in the third quarter, and the Hawks leading 20-0. Well, they don't want to go 3 and out. I'm not sure they've gone 3 and out yet today. I don't think they have. We haven't seen Torrey Taylor yet. Here's a pass.
That's interference.
Incomplete.
Pass interference.
You see a flag, do you?
No, but he stepped right in front of him.
Deontay Vines was the intended receiver on a deep square end out near the 40. We're looking at the replay. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a very good angle to look at it. A.J. Hampton Jr. was in coverage. And the Hawks will have to punt it. Well, Torrey Taylor saying thank you very much. 46.5-yard average on the year in his first appearance today. And back deep for the Wildcats, Donnie Navarro. Torrey, my, a shank by Torrey Taylor. Oh boy, off the side of his foot and out of bounds.
Didn't go 10 yards, I don't think.
Now let's see where they spot it. Oh, this is not good. The official still running down the sideline. 34-yard line of Iowa. Oh boy, talk about a flip of field position. 9:40 to go third quarter, and a 12-yard net punt for Torrey Taylor. Well, that inactivity perhaps has affected him. Something. There was no pressure on him.
No, he had all the time in the world.
So it's like Northwestern has never given the ball up. Okay, Hawkeye defense, as Phil Parker and Norm Parker used to say, go out and put out the fire. They're going to throw a pass from the receiver, and he decides to eat the football and loses a yard. Yeah, Malik Washington, who's, I don't believe he's got a catch today. He does not. He's their leading pass catcher. They flipped it to him on a reverse, and he pulled up to throw from the backfield, but everybody was covered downfield, so he just swallowed the football and did get back to the line of scrimmage, the 34-yard line. Now Sullivan rolls out, looking deep, throws over the middle, has a receiver open, big tight end, or a tight end eligible, it looks like. Never seen a tight end with 90.
No, I haven't either.
That's Duke Olgus. He gets 12 yards and a first down to the 21, 13 yards actually. So it's a 1st and 10 for Northwestern.
Yeah, he's listed as a defensive lineman.
Well, he was eligible. Of course, they lost their starting tight end Thomas Gordon in the first quarter. He's not been back. Concussion protocol. And Northwestern on the move after the bad punt by Torrey Taylor. Sullivan, good protection. Now he's flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his left, tries to get the corner turned, and sidesteps Lucas Van Ness, who was chasing him down. But he got only 2 before he ran out of real estate at the 19, just inside the 19. That's a gain of a couple.
Well, he's got good speed and good feet.
Good change of direction, too. Lucas ran right by him, but slowed him down, and then he got out of bounds. 2nd down and 8 for Sullivan. Now the draw handoff, big hole for Hull, and he gets the first down inside the 10 at the 9 or the 8. So Northwestern's got a little momentum going here after the exchange of possession by Iowa. Jack Campbell gets credit for the tackle, the great middle linebacker of the Hawkeyes. Northwestern's got a little extra hop in their step now.
Yeah, first and goal from the 9.
So they've thrown the gauntlet down to the 6th-ranked defense in the country. Here comes 2 tight ends, including big Duke Olgus. He's eligible. Out of the gun, Sullivan. Malik Washington in motion. Sullivan, this is a keeper all the way, and he sidesteps Lucas Van Ness and then is crushed by Jay Higgins and Jack Campbell. I tell you, Sullivan's living dangerously if he's going to run down the middle of the field.
Well, and the Hawks had that stop. They set the edge and turned him back inside. He had no choice but to go down the middle of the field.
Gain of a yard, 7 minutes, 15 seconds to play, 3rd quarter. Iowa leading 20-0. Sullivan goes empty. 4 wideouts, 5 wideouts. Looks to the wide side of the field, throws into the end zone, incomplete. Intended for tight end Long, but great coverage by Sebastian Castro, who's had a good season going at the safety spot. Boy, he had all kinds of time.
Yep, he did, and Castro right there to knock the ball away.
Northwestern's got 14 touchdowns in 24 possessions.
This is 4-down territory. You can bet on it.
In the red zone. Well, they've gone for it twice on 4th down here in the 2nd half. Now it's 3rd and goal from the 7. Rolling right is Sullivan. Fires to Malik Washington, and he's dropped at the 3. He was surrounded and then downed at the 3-yard line.
They're going to give him forward progress to the 1.
I don't know about that. He backed up 3 steps. Well, I'll tell you, it should be at least at the 2, but they put it at the 1. 4th down and goal, and Northwestern's going for it. They send Raymond Nero wide right and go with 3 tight ends. Now they shift 2 of them. Hull's in the backfield with Sullivan. And Sullivan rolls to his right, throws, caught, touchdown by Duke Olgus. Big old 98. They fake the give to Hull. Sullivan rolled to his right and quickly flipped it to Olgus, who threw a block and then released into the end zone just ahead of Cooper DeJean. And the catch is good for a score. So Northwestern gets on the board, 20-6 Iowa at the 6:17 mark of the 3rd quarter. This all started with the shank punt by Torrey Taylor. You know he's not going to be happy with himself. Point after try is good. It's 20-7. Iowa's lead is cut to 13. And we'll be back with the Northwestern kickoff in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Northwestern goes 34 yards, took them 8 plays, started with a poor punt. You've never heard that in the same sentence talking about Tory Taylor, but a shank ended up at the Iowa 34, and in 8 plays the Wildcats score on a touchdown pass. Sullivan to backup tight end or designated tight end Duke Olgus, after the starter Tom Gordon went to the sideline earlier today with a possible concussion. 20-7, Iowa's lead is 13, but that's certainly injected new life into the Wildcats.
Yeah, the offense has to come out now and put a drive together, and instead of the defense having to put the fire out, the offense needs to put the fire out.
Let's check in with Rob Brooks. He's got an update on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Dolphin, you talk about a little momentum for Northwestern. I was talking to former Iowa coach Reese Morgan at halftime, and he said this Northwestern team, well coached under Pat Fitzgerald, there won't be any quit in them. They'll come out and play all 4 quarters with you. And good point on Tory Taylor. When he came off the field after that punt, I watched him, no emotion, just came and sat down, got a little encouragement from a couple of teammates. LeVar Woods came over, talked to him for a second, so he'll be all right. He'll bounce back. The next one, who knows how far that one might go.
Well, to Ed's point, the Hawks had a great first half, 250 yards of offense, and you just need to take it and drive it with 6:17 to go third quarter. And the Hawks in the lead. It's never been comfortable in this series with Northwestern, and it's certainly not now. But the Iowa defense allowing 16 points a game this year. They'll regroup. They just had a short field to try and protect, and Northwestern's offense is capable too. So now the kickoff by the Wildcats, Adam Stage. First time we see him in that situation other than to start the game, and he boots it through the end zone. So it'll come out to the 25 for the Hawkeyes. I want to send our sympathies out to the family of Shirley Lackman out in Albert City. She loved the Hawkeyes, a huge Hawk fan, passed away here in the past few days. Also our friend Renee Utah from iHeartMedia WMT up in Cedar Rapids lost her mom this past week. Aletta Faldet, 92 years old. Aletta, a great Hawkeye fan, started Decorah Rental back in 1982 and passed away this past week. Our sympathies to Renee and her family. Hawks 1st and 10 at the 25. Sam Laporta in motion. Petrus on a fake give to Caleb Johnson. Time, throws, incomplete. Threw it behind Nico Reganey and threw it into heavy coverage.
Yeah, that play fake did not do anything to keep Northwestern from covering our wide receivers. Boy, that's one thing you can't have right now is an interception.
2nd down 10. 6:11 to play in the third period. Bruce splits wide left. Hawks go with an offset eye. Caleb Johnson and Monty Pottebaum. Petrus to throw again. Lobs it out to Deontay Vines at the 30. He backs into a first down at the 36. Good job. He had 2 guys clawing at him, a linebacker and a defensive back, A.J. Hampton. And so Deontay turned around, put his fanny in their chest and backed across the 35 for the first down.
Terrific throw, terrific catch, right on time. Cornerbacks are playing very deep. Way to take advantage of it.
Vines splits to the slot left with Bruce out there. Hawks go with double tights and 1 running back. Petrus up under center, turns and gives it to Caleb Johnson. Good block. He splits out to the right side, gets 5 on first down. Really nice blocking by Logan Jones, Jack Plum, And I see Nick DeYoung in the game now. Rod Hurd, the weak side or strong side linebacker, made the stop, but good blocking by the right side of that Iowa line.
Yeah, and I like it too because they send Pottebaum through to pick up that safety that's coming down. He got a heck of a block too.
Brody Breck and Reganey are the wides. Laporta, the tight end, wings left. Reganey goes in motion on 2nd and 5. Caleb Johnson, they run by a blitz. He's at the second level into Northwestern territory and down to the 45-yard line. They sent a blitz, and Caleb ran right by him.
Boy, do you love that acceleration. The second he gets to the line of scrimmage and he sees the hole, bang, he's 10 yards deep just like that.
He's got that extra gear. Rod Hurd may have saved a touchdown. 15 yards on the gallop for Caleb Johnson as he approaches 100 for the day. He's at 75 now. Here's Reganey in motion, wide side to the short side, throws a block. Caleb Johnson tries to plow his way through a hole, but it closed down in a hurry. He gets a couple to the Northwestern 43 with 4.5 to go third quarter. Grayson Metz, who spells Bryce Gallagher in the middle. He's 220 pounds, a lot lighter than Gallagher, but he's got some toughness to him. And the Hawks face 2nd down and long, 2nd and 8. Caleb Johnson now has 11 carries, 73 yards on the afternoon. That's a 6-yard average. LaShawn Williams comes in for Caleb. Hawks have 3 wides to the left. Wide side. Back to the short side comes Petrus. Why not go to your pacifier, Sam Laporta, the single receiver on the short side of the field, and he catches it at the 31 of the Wildcats for a first down.
Yeah, and he beats the safety right off down the field for 15 yards, and again a terrific throw.
Laporta now over 1,500 career receiving yards. Don't know that he'll catch Marv Cook's 1,800, but boy, what a career Sam's had. 1st and 10, Hawks on the move. Here's Arlen Bruce. They tried to run a draw to Bruce, and he got smothered by the defensive end, Sean McLaughlin. He ran right into McLaughlin, who that had to be a missed block out there because McLaughlin came free.
Yeah, that nobody blocked him.
As Mason Richmond went inside.
Yeah, that looked like the play was supposed to go to the right side, and instead, they handed it off to a left side
Bruce.
sweep. Yeah,
he loses 4, so that's a blown assignment. Maybe in a couple areas. Let's see if the Hawks can battle back on 2nd and 14. Petrus throws over the middle, completes it at the 29 to Bruce, so they get 6 yards back. Xander Mueller, the linebacker, on the stop. They get the 4 they lost plus 2, but now facing 3rd and 8.
Yeah, and they're not in field goal range, or if they are, it's a long one.
So it'll be about 46, 47 yards. You'd like to get 5 or 6 more yards short of the first down, of course.
Exactly. 5 or 6 would be great.
Reganey and Bruce split wide right. Hawks are 4 of 8 on 3rd down. They've had a good day there. Petrus out of the gun. Backs up, grabbed onto, frees himself up from one tackler, but they finally get him on the ground back at the 37, and Hawks will have to punt it away. Petrus just never had time to set and throw there.
Oh.
Well, great job by Adebare. He's their best rush man, and he blew the play up, and Xander Mueller finished it off.
Well, they're going to try a field goal. This would be 60 or 55 yards. Is that right?
44-yard line, so 54 yards. The wind is really, well, the flags are limp. Stevens, this would be a career best. His career long is 51. Well, this is big. Here's the snap. Here's the boot. It's on the way, and it is good. Oh. Just crawled over the crossbar. How about that? Drew Stevens knew what he was doing all along.
My goodness, that is so big, 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 big.
As you used to call it, Bigfoot. Not Goodfoot. Well, it's both good and big. 54 yards, a career best for Drew Stevens. And that baby just crawled over the crossbar by about 6 inches. The accuracy was never in doubt. Did it have enough length? Yes, it did. Drew's got length, and he's perfect on the day. Iowa 23, Northwestern 7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
A criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Big response by the Hawkeyes to the Northwestern touchdown as we welcome you back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football as the Hawks travel 39 yards, 10 plays. Most importantly, well, not more important than the field goal by Drew Stevens, career long of 54 yards, but it used 5 minutes of clock.
Yeah, down to 1:20 left in the third.
And Iowa extends the lead back to more than 2 scores. It's 23-7. Iowa leading Northwestern. All of our scoring drives this season brought to you by Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Iowa City, Sioux City, and Cedar Falls. Hi to Tom Keating, the executive director of the Iowa High School Athletic Association. Tom sent us a note asking for condolences to one of his board members, Danny Derflinger, the father of one of his board members, Darren Derflinger, on the passing of Lenny from Eldon, big-time Hawkeye fan. So our sympathies to the Derflinger family. On a happier note, happy birthday to Mike. Happy birthday to Mike, a big Hawk fan. He loves the Hawks, the Cubs, and the Cowboys. Hang in there with the Cubs, yeah, buddy boy. And
I can support him on one of those.
Yes. Wedding greetings to Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Butler. They met in Pasadena on the eve of the Rose Bowl in 2015. And recently got married. Big Hawk fans. Congratulations to Ryan and his wife. Now Evan Hull's going to return this kick, and he squirms across the 20 before he's dropped at the 23. So the Hawks gain a couple yards of field position, and the Northwestern would have had on the touchback. The Wildcats now got a little momentum after that short punt by Torrey Taylor and took it into the end zone. Ed, let's that Iowa defense fire back now.
Yeah, I think they've got field advantage here. They returned that thinking that maybe the Hawkeyes might let up since they've been fair catching everything all day.
Empty backfield, 5 receivers in this formation for the Wildcats, and quarterback Brendan Sullivan gets rid of it in a hurry. They set up a wide receiver screen, and it works to the tune of about 6 or 7 yards right in front of the Wildcat bench to Malik Washington. They're trying to get their best receiver involved. And Northwestern goes with the hurry up. Less than a minute to go, third quarter, 23-7 Hawkeyes. Here's a draw, a fumble, and I think Northwestern's on it. Deontay Craig ran right by the football as he got to the running back. They were running the handoff to Hull, and Brendan Sullivan, the quarterback, fell on the football.
Well, this Deontay Craig is something. He
just latched onto Hull and ripped him down. Never saw the football laying on the ground. Sullivan did, and they lose 3 or 4. So now it's 3rd down 7 at the 27. Empty again goes Brendan Sullivan. 3-2 is the formation. Here's the snap. Whistles before that. Timeout, Iowa.
Yeah, you could see the defense was confused there, and a coach came down and called timeout just before the ball was snapped.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Advanced trained cardiologists at the University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC.
My appointment is a week from Monday.
Well, then you've already called 319-356-7102.
There you go.
319-356-7102. Saving lives at the University of Iowa Hospital and Clinics. So the timeout is through, a short timeout. 3rd down and almost 8. This is a big play for the Iowa defense in the closing seconds of the 3rd quarter. Sullivan, empty backfield, try and create on his own. Takes a deep drop, plenty of time, throws, and it's incomplete, deflected away. Great play by Riley Moss as Sullivan tried to squeeze it into tight coverage. I'm looking for who the intended receiver was. I didn't catch a number. Oh, there it is. It's Malik Washington. He ran a square out, but Jack Campbell was right in front of the play, and that forced the throw high, and Riley Moss deflected it away, so Northwestern will punt.
Good timeout call by Coach Ferentz to settle that defense down.
6 seconds to go in the quarter. And here's a nice boot that drives Arlen Bruce back to his own 22. Cuts back upfield and is dropped at the 29-yard line. Good return by Arlen. You know, he did a couple stutter steps to make sure all the time is squeezed off the clock in the 3rd quarter, and it is, with Iowa leading 23-7 over Northwestern. Hawk fans, today's game is sponsored by our longtime partner in health, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now more than ever, you need coverage you can count on. That's why more Iowans trust Wellmark for their health insurance. Because like a good teammate, they'll be there when you need them most. This season, choose quality. Choose Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Get a game plan and learn more at wellmark.com. A 51-yard punt by Luke Akers and a 7-yard return officially for Arlen Bruce gives the Hawkeyes the football to start the 4th quarter at the 29-yard line of Iowa. Hawks lead at 23-7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Five o'clock hour about to begin. The Hawkeyes with a 23-7 lead on Northwestern after 3 quarters. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. On KYNT AM in Yankton, South Dakota. KBIM AM and FM in Omaha 1490 and 106.5. Up in Mason City, longtime affiliate KGLO 1300 on the AM dial. In Clinton, it's KROS. In Atlantic, KJAN AM and FM, the hometown of Ed Podolak. And in Dubuque, WDBQ FM 107.5. In Manchester, KMCH FM 94.7. And of course our flagship stations WMT 600 on the AM dial in Cedar Rapids. Oh, the Pope is here today. Pope Francis is in the crowd.
Somebody's been praying for him.
The Hawks can't lose.
Yeah.
And of course in central Iowa, our flagship station 50,000 watt WHO AM 1040 in the capital city. At the top of the show, Ed, we talked about Joe Evans' comments. You won't see any quit in this team for the remaining 5 games. That coming out of Ohio State. Not only have we not seen any quit, we've seen an elevation of play, especially by the offense. And right now they hold a 23-7 lead over Northwestern.
Yep, and they've got good field position. Their 30-yard line, beginning of the 4th quarter.
I'd feel a lot better with another touchdown. Northwestern's won the last 3 trips into Kinnick. The Hawkeyes are trying to make sure it doesn't get to 4. Now here's an interesting formation, Ed. Everybody, including one wide receiver, in tight. The far hash, one running back. Petrus, a fake to him and a rollout right. Has Laporta underneath. Sam's going to get maybe 3 or 4 yards. Well, perhaps 5 with a second effort.
Good first down play.
He was looking downfield, but Northwestern had it covered. What a great second option, Sam Laporta.
Smart little, he just passed it out to him and
take the 5 and live for the next down.
Yeah.
Second down 5 at the 34-yard line of Iowa. LaShawn Williams, by the way, is the setback. Potabom wings to the right. In motion is Arlen Bruce. Here comes LaShawn Williams. Straight ahead running. Cuts it to the right. Makes a couple guys miss. Has the first down out near midfield. What a run. What blocking by the Hawkeyes.
You know, they've really been using today the mighty Potabom as a lead blocker. He doesn't always line up as a fullback position, more as a line or as a tight end. But boy, he's doing some great blocks today.
He's been effective however they use him throughout his career. Potabom, the 245-pound senior from Larchwood. 1st and 10 after a gain of 15. Petrus tracked down, avoids the sack and throws the ball away.
Ooh, I hope it got back.
Boy, O'Rourke was really barreling in on him. The big defensive tackle from Mokina, Illinois. He and Sean McLaughlin both went to Lincoln Way East in Mokina. Devin O'Rourke was 2 years ahead of him, but they both played on state championship high school football teams at that power Lincoln Way East. Spencer avoided the sack, threw it away, and the Hawks come up 2nd and 10 at their own 48-yard line. Minute and a half gone in the 4th quarter. Iowa leading Northwestern 23-7. There's a draw handoff on a counter to LaShawn Williams, and he gets 3, maybe 4 across the midfield stripe. They'll give him 3 to the 49 of Northwestern. It'll be 3rd down 7. Bryce Gallagher, that all Big Ten linebacker on the stop. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, health, and wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. Iowa corn. See if the Hawks can harvest 7 yards here on 3rd down. Throw to the underneath man. Reganey turns upfield, has the first down, still going, makes a great cutback move and gets all the way down to the Northwestern 28. He had the first down and decided he wanted more.
Boy, when he comes across the formation, he is so dangerous, and he got wide open. Great call by Brian Ferentz there, and I mean, that was a big 3rd down pickup.
And again, we don't want, well, yeah, we do want to be redundant. Clean pocket for Spencer Petras. 24 yards on 3rd down and 7, and we have an injured Northwestern Wildcat across the way. I don't know if he's trying to get off the field. That's Rod Hurd, the strong side linebacker. And they tend to him. Will tell you that Mid-American Energy is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football. Mid-American can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com to learn more. Eddie and I are donning our authentic brand gear here today in the booth. On Hawkeye game days, we wear authentic. Pretty snazzy, huh?
Yeah, I'm waving here.
Good. On our YouTube Hawkeye channel. Expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable. Authentic brand selection of premium Hawkeye gear should be your choice on game days and every day. Make it yours today and shop authentic-brand.com or at fine retailers near you all across Iowa. Heavy package for the Hawks, multiple tight ends. Petras rolls back to his right, looks down toward the goal line, has a man, great protection. It's Reganey again. We've got a couple strong candidates for stars of the game. Our Old Dominion best of the best, and I don't know, that hook up Petras to Reganey, we may have to get them both going post game here.
There you go. I mean, Reganey ran into the safety, and it looked like he was going to give up on the pattern. At that point, he broke to the outside. And
25 yards to the 5. That's a 1st and goal for Iowa as the Hawks trying to put a stranglehold on this football game, leading 23-7. That was a deep crossing route. They blitz. Petras gets rid of it to Reganey again. Caught at the 3. He loses a helmet, so he's going to have to come out for at least one play. Devin Turner on the hit. But Nico made a couple, and Reganey's chasing Sam Laporta for Iowa's leading pass catcher on the day. That's his 4th catch, 64 yards. And a moment ago, that long of 24 put Iowa in the Case IH red zone again. Hawks are getting to the red zone today.
They had
now Northwestern wants timeout.
Yeah, they couldn't get a guy off the field. They were going to have 12 players on the field if the ball was snapped.
11:09 to go in the game. Iowa trying to add to a 23-7 lead, and we will keep it right here. Well, Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the right plan for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. Well, they're listening in from all over it as usual. The Scala family listening to our broadcast in Jamaica. Hope I got that right, folks. Sorry if I didn't. Ken is listening to Eddie and Dolph from Deerfield. Or is that his Deer Blind? Well, we'll come back to that. 2nd down and goal for the Hawkeyes as Iowa tries to get to the end zone, and play breaks down. LaShawn Williams on the handoff from Petras, and Northwestern with a big push and a blitz by linebacker Mueller. They're one of the better run blitzing defenses in the Big Ten, and LaShawn's going to lose yardage back to the 7. So Iowa faces 3rd and goal from the Northwestern 7. I think Ken's in a deer blind in beautiful Centralia. Keep those Hawkeyes going. Well, we're trying.
Yeah.
Let's get the shotgun going here. Let's see. Lachey splits wide to the right. They're splitting the Luke out now. Vines and Reganey are in the slot. You got to believe the ball's going that way. Petras in an empty backfield. Time, still looking, rolls left, throws, incomplete. got rid of it. Everybody was covered. Credit Northwestern there, and we're going to
put 3 up.
Have to settle for the try for 3, and why not? Drew Stevens deserves a short kick after a career-long 54-yarder. Adabare was really putting pressure on Petrus. That guy's a heck of a player, isn't he?
Yeah, and that was a coverage sack, too, because he really had time to throw it. Nobody open.
Stevens' kick will come from the 15. It's a 25-yard field goal. And the ball is right through like an extra point. Hawks extend the lead to 26-7 with 10 minutes, 11 seconds to play in the game here at Kinnick Stadium. We'll come back to Iowa City in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from their field.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Machine Shed award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Hawkeye scoring drive with 64 yards, 10 plays. Used up nearly 5 minutes of clock. A 25-yard Drew Stevens field goal at the end of that drive, and Iowa leads Northwestern 26-7. It's Drew Stevens' fourth field goal of the day, including a career-long 54. He's a candidate for Old Dominion's best of the best.
Boy, I guess he's had quite a season, and just when you look at him, he hasn't. His muscles look like he's 12 years old. You know, wait till he spends a little more time on the weight machines.
I'm not sure he shaves. Look at that face. Drew, a freshman from North Augusta, South Carolina. You'd think Aaron Blum and Drew Stevens, two solid kickers, are both freshmen. Torrey Taylor, a junior's got a year left if he decides to come back. So the Hawkeye kicking game is in good hands, and thanks to Shields for sponsoring all of our scoring drives this year. Shields for all your holiday Hawkeye gear in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Shields. So the Hawks lead at 26-7. They're within 1 point of their high water mark for the year offensively, but really it keeps coming back to Spencer Petrus at 21 of 30, 220 yards, a touchdown throw. He's got a touchdown quarterback sneak, a 142 QB rating.
And no interceptions. I mean,
no turnovers. That's
very
important.
Solid.
So now the kickoff coming up for Drew Stevens. Evan Hull back at the 1 yard line for the Wildcats as the sun sets behind Kinnick Stadium, and this will be a touchback. Let's check in with Rob Brooks. He's on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
That last offensive possession, Brody Brecht was moving rather slowly, went into the medical tent, and came out pretty quickly. And he's run around pretty well, so it looks like Brody's okay. Same for safety Rod Hurd on the Northwestern sideline. Briefly went into the medical tent. He should return here. And Dolph, with that outstanding defensive performance, we've talked about the pass rush up front. Happy birthday to Deontay Craig. little special day for him.
He's lit some candles today, Robbie, indeed. Now Sullivan's going to throw, so I was about to say, expect a Hawkeye interception or a turnover here. And before I can get it out of my mouth, they get a sack.
Yep.
The fourth of the day.
Deontay Craig right on top of him, right after taken to the ground.
And Noah Shannon with the penetration from the inside helped Craig out. So that's a big sack and a loss of 8 yards. 4 sacks on the day, 5 sacks on the day for the Hawkeyes. Ring the cash register for Children's Hospital. Here's a short pass and a missed tackle that Ethan Hurkett's not going to be happy about. At least I think it was Ethan. Maybe it was Kayvon Merriweather who had the play sniffed. Sebastian Castro with a tackle, but they get about 9 of that back. 3rd down and 7. Actually, they get about 10 yards to the 28-yard line. 3rd down. Call it 7, a long 7 for the Wildcats. Their own 27-yard line. Here's Sullivan. Straight back to pass. Pocket closes. He races out to his left. Going to turn upfield. He's going to be short of the 1st down. He gets to within 2 or 3. Riley Moss and Deontay Craig, add in Seth Benson. They were all given chase. And he's about 2 yards, maybe 3 yards shy of a 1st down. Needs to get to the 35. Well, they mark him at the out of bounds at the 33, so they'll go for it, trailing 26-7 with 8:40 to go. Big play here for the Iowa defense. Gauntlet thrown down here in the face of the number 6 total defense in the country. Sullivan changes the play. Hull is the lone setback. 4 receivers in the formation. Sullivan back to pass, lets it go. It's caught for a 1st down at the 38-yard line. More than enough for the 1st down. Cooper DeJean was right there. So it's a gain of 5, and the Wildcats keep the ball. Bryce Kurtz, his 14th catch of the year, the junior from Brownsburg, Indiana. So the clock continues to run. The Wildcats keep the ball. Here's Benson coming on a blitz and gets to the quarterback. Sullivan, down he goes. Seth Benson, the unsung hero of that Iowa linebacking core.
You know, as everybody talks so much about Campbell, and should, but Seth Benson has just been unbelievable through his career here at Iowa.
You don't think Jack Campbell appreciates Seth Benson? Oh. You got another thing coming. That's a loss of 6. 2nd down, 16. Sullivan again. Deep drop. He's being chased. Grabbed from behind by Joe Evans. Another sack. Joe Evans got him from the backside, the blind side, as he beat his man off the edge. Just shucked the tackle. The tackle had no chance, nor did Sullivan.
And you know, when those offensive linemen are getting tired of helping the quarterback up.
Well, the defense is not. Iowa's had 31 minutes of possession today. That's a fresh defense. Of course, Joe Evans, the pride of Ames High School, he's always fresh. 3rd down and 21. And they almost get him again. They tried to set up the screen. Incomplete. Incomplete to Hull. And that time, Sebastian Castro, who will throw you into next week. He can lay the wood, and Sullivan's slow to get up.
And Campbell was coming also. That was a jailbreak blitz there.
Cam Porter, not Evan Hull, was the intended receiver on the tailback screen, and he couldn't come up with a football. Well, Sullivan had to throw it before he wanted to. What is that, 7 sacks? 7 sacks. Oh, it's a big day for Children's Hospital. They're still waving over there. Now Northwestern will punt on 4th and 21. And here comes the boot. Arlen Bruce has a chance for a return from his own 30. 35-40, angles across the side to the far sideline and gets up near midfield before he's ridden into the ground. By Coco Azima. Now we have a penalty marker down. Let's check that out before we take a break. Hawkeye football is sponsored today by Sirius XM Radio. No one gets closer to you.
During the kick, personal foul, hands to the face, kicking team number 11. The 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. 1st down, Iowa. Timeout.
So we think the hands to the face penalty on Northwestern's Andrew Clare. They have 2 11s on the roster. A 43-yard punt. Nice return by Arlen Bruce of 18 yards. Now add 15 at the end of the play, and the Hawks are going to have the ball at the Northwestern roughly the 35-36 yard line. No one gets you closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone. No car required. 6:43 remaining in the game. The Hawks can kick that 3-game losing streak out of Kinnick Stadium. Come back to Iowa City in a minute with Iowa leading 26-7. This is Hawkeye football from Murphy.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about...
At half, Oklahoma beat Iowa State 27-13. It's UNI over Southern Illinois late in the second half, 37-36. Drake over Stetson, 24-17. American Rivers Conference, Co 37, Central 31. Nebraska Westland falls to Simpson 74-41. It was Loras beating Luther 40-21, and Wartburg slams Buena Vista 65-0.
UNI up, what is that, 37-36 over Southern. What did we hear? UNI flew into Carbondale last night, and no hotel rooms. Oh, their hotel, apparently where they thought they were staying, no hotel rooms. So hopefully they didn't have to sleep on the plane. Here are the Hawkeyes, 1st and 10. Look at Caleb Johnson running through not one but 2 tackles.
Still going.
And the pile still being pushed all the way to the Northwestern 27-yard line. That's close to a first down.
You know, that's interesting because during that timeout, Brian Ferentz called the offensive line over. Normally they go out and line up by themselves. Then he got into the huddle with them, and I'll bet that was the challenge. We're going to keep it on the ground.
One more touchdown. Well, this Caleb Johnson is going to be special if he stays healthy. What a block by Monty Potabom, though, to help with his giddy up. A gain of 8 officially. 2nd down 2. Hawks would like to squeeze what time's left on the clock. Bang hole off the left side. Johnson moves the chains, took a wicked shot from Jeremiah Lewis, but gets down to the 23-yard line. That's a gain of almost 5.
Boy, that was good offensive line blocking.
Just a gigantic hole.
I think they took the challenge seriously.
They sure did. 5.5 to play. The Hawks on the move. No hurry to put the ball up. Keep it on the ground. Deontay Vines checks out wide right. Potabom's out there in the offset eye. They run Arlen Bruce on a jet sweep. He may get to the end zone. 15, 10, 5, goal line, touchdown Iowa, touchdown, touchdown Arlen Bruce. You can see that from the get-go. Northwestern totally unprepared for that jet sweep.
Yeah, they were sure we were running inside, and Monty Potabom leading him into the end zone.
23 yards, and the touchdown for Arlen Bruce. Well, it's good to see him get his second touchdown of the year. That guy never stops running.
No.
He's always in motion, reverse motion. That time the jet sweep, Petrus with a beautiful execution handoff, just as he was racing by his backside. And with enough blockers, including Potabom, downfield, it was an easy run. Not easy. He had a couple guys lay a glove on him, but Arlen Bruce did most of that work on his own. The Hawks sew it up and lead at 33-7 following Drew Stevens' point after. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What's Potabom?
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through Thank Yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in Thank Yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium and a happy homecoming, happy Halloween weekend as the Hawks have rolled out to a 33-7 lead on Northwestern following Arlen Bruce's jet sweep touchdown run of 23 yards. And I think back, Ed, to what Ryan Day said a couple weeks ago, the Ohio State football coach leading up to the Iowa game with the Buckeyes. He's talking about Iowa's defense. He said they know their defense better than you know your offense. And never was it more illustrative than that last defensive stand by Iowa. Punt returned by Arlen Bruce. Arlen Bruce finished off the drive with a touchdown run. All three phases again working in unison. But the Iowa defense has given up 102 net yards to Northwestern today. And if Northwestern is anything, they are a fast-moving, yardage-chewing offense.
Yeah, they've always had seemed like they knew our defense better than we knew it over the last 3 times into Kinnick. But what was it Hank Stram said again? This is cash on a barrelhead today, right?
Yeah. Today's cash on the barrelhead. Yesterday's a cash check. Tomorrow's a promissory note. And he is so right. So the Iowa kick coming from Drew Stevens, who's had a career day with 4 field goals, including a career best. He's only a freshman, 54 yards. That bodes well for the future. Here's his pop fly kick taken a yard deep and then a touchback in the end zone. So let's see how many substitutes Phil Parker puts in. You know, to point out Northwestern's ability to score. They put 31 on Nebraska, lost to Duke but scored 23. 24 against Southern Illinois. Miami shut them down 17-14, as did Wisconsin 42-7, but they scored 24 at Maryland. Penn State limited to a touchdown, and today they've got 1 touchdown against the Hawkeye defense.
And that came after a bad punt.
Exactly, or the Hawks might very well be pitching a shutout. Torrey Taylor proving he's human with a shank punt today. That won't affect his average too much. So while we wait for play to begin, let us tell you that nothing goes better this weekend. Have a Halloween cookout. The weather's going to be perfect for it. And throw some Wimmer's meats on the grill. Wimmer's premium quality choice of hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Hi to Stacy and Kyle. They're flying that Hawkeye flag from their home in Pipestone, Minnesota. Be careful for those sniper Gopher fans that might want to steal that. Stacy and Kyle. Go Hawks. Ryan wants to let Pody and I know your biggest fan just turned 99 on October 10th. Happy birthday, Doris Frick in Esterville. Doris, we love you. Or as Jim Zabel would say, we love you, love you, love you. How about Michelle? She's listening on YouTube, the Iowa Hawkeye channel from Fort Madison. Hi, Michelle. Shane is in Gowrie cheering on Kyler Fisher and Aaron Graves, home area. Joe, keep it rolling, Hawks. Gary and Ed, keep up the great coverage. Thanks, Joe. John's listening to the Hawks in Kennett, Missouri. We have the best punter regardless, but good to see him on the bench at the end of a series. That's very insightful, John.
Yeah.
The Bushcole family listening in from Tennessee as they head to Disney World. Go Hawks. And Ken, well, we mentioned Ken earlier. Thanks to all of you listening in and checking in on Facebook and on Twitter. Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Shields. Shields would like you to nominate your hero. Hawk fans, through the end of October, Shields is accepting nominations for the annual Shields Heroes game versus Nebraska. Fans of both schools can nominate everyday citizens who have performed extraordinary acts of heroism. To nominate a hero in your community, visit shields.com/hero. That's Shields. And Iowa Corn. Iowa Corn, the Cyhawk series, is all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and the Hawks work hard all year to get ready for the season, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Thank you, Iowa's corn farmers.
Well, Dolph, you've got an entirely new defense out there. So when you get a chance to check them all out.
Let's start pointing fingers at the roster, and I'll rattle off the names. Sullivan's still in there at quarterback for the Wildcats, and they run a draw handoff to Anthony Tyus, a sophomore from Portage, Michigan. Now let's see who we got out there. Here's Tyus again, sliding through a hole, and he's knocked down by Chris Reams. Chris has played a lot in spots. Max Llewellyn is also in that front line. Xavier Wampa out on the field. I see his number. Kyler Fisher, Jay Higgins. Here's a handoff again to Tyus. They run 3 straight running plays. They get the first down on a gain of 3 for Anthony Tyus to the Iowa 37.
TJ Hall, too. I've been waiting to see him.
It's a flashy defensive back. He's got a lot of ability from California. Reggie Bracey is out there. We'll get some other names to you as we can. Sullivan to throw on first down. It's caught over the middle, a wicked hit. Delivered by Xavier Wampa. Boy, is he going to be fun to watch.
Oh, boy.
Pass was caught by Bryce Kurtz. It is a first down. Gain of about 12. Jamison Hines. I have to check on Jamison's hometown. It's a name I'm not familiar with. Northwestern, though, going with a no huddle. Here's Tyus again. He brings it across midfield to the 48-yard line. That's a gain of almost 5. Let's see, where's Hines' number? Let's check out Jamison Hines. He's from Humboldt, sophomore, 6 foot, 205 pounder. We're missing a couple guys here. Here's Tyus trying to sweep left, and he loses 2. Good effort by the Hawkeyes, sliding down the line of scrimmage. Max Llewellyn, redshirt freshman, and Chris Reams Llewellyn, he and Aaron Graves, boy, they are a big part of that future for the Hawkeyes. Sullivan to throw and finds a quick out pattern. Hall, TJ Hall on the stop to Kurtz. 2:54 and counting. First down for Northwestern, a gain of 7.
Got Jeremiah Pittman out there also.
Jeremiah's been hanging around for a couple years. Jeremiah Pittman. That's a down lineman's name. Here's Kurtz. Oh, he slips a tackler. All the way down to the Iowa 33. Higgins and Hall meet him there. Well, you look at that Xavier Wampa. You talk about a body for a safety. Look at him. Number 1 on the back end. Looks like a linebacker.
And he's, what, only 18 or 19 years old.
Draw a handoff to Tyus, and he's run down before he can get out of the blocks. Heck of a play by Jay Higgins.
Well, he's going to be needed next year.
Pittman, by the way, is just a redshirt freshman from Palatine. And I know they're counting on him. He had a great spring, 6'3", 297. Third down and 3 for Northwestern. Of course, they're in 4-down territory. Now we have whistles.
Iowa, they're second of the half.
Hawks call a timeout.
Phil Parker, he won't give up. He ran 20 yards onto the field to coach his second team.
Well, he learned from the best. Yeah. Norm Parker. Hey, as a full-service Yamaha golf car distributor, Harris Golf Cars of Dubuque has one of the largest inventory of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. Harris Golf Cars offers the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars located throughout Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. Set to resume play as the Wildcats have driven it to the Iowa 34. The Hawks are going to win their 4th game of the year, leading 33-7. Here's a sweep to the wide side by Andrew Clare on the handoff. Northwestern not interested in stopping the clock. Chris Reams on the tackle for the Hawkeyes. Chris, by the way, from Van Meter, the home of Bob Feller.
Yep, my first real hero in sports.
Bob Feller. Boy, he's a lot of guys' hero. Here's a pass caught on a deep slant to a big target, Jensen Hooper Rice. He's 6'5", 215-pound junior, and Jamison Hines on the stop. That's a first down inside the 20 to the 18. So Northwestern padding its total yardage number at mop-up time. Now they run straight ahead. Jay Higgins drops Andrew Clare, but he got 5. Northwestern just went over 150 yards of total offense for the day. They had 102 on the Hawkeye regulars. We got an offensive tackle out there who's tackle eligible. He doesn't even know where to go. It takes him a while to get in the formation. He looks like he's about 350. Here's Sullivan to throw. Nobody open downfield, so he comes to the underneath man, Andrew Clare, with 30 seconds to go in the game. Jay Higgins had a mitt full of tackles here this last series. Third down and 3 at the Iowa 11. Pass caught at the 8.
That should be it.
Close to a first down. And it's Bryce Kurtz caught in front of TJ Hall. So they'll have one play left to score a touchdown. 33-7, Iowa leads it. Here's Sullivan on a keeper as he's flushed out of the pocket, rolls to his left, throws, caught for a touchdown on the last play of the game. Raymond Nero III. Well, some video to work on for the backups in practice next week. Kirk Ferentz was ready to run across the field and shake hands with Pat Fitzgerald, but we'll wait for the point after. It's 33-13. I don't think they need to kick the extra point, do they?
I don't know what the rules are.
By rule, there is no try.
Yeah.
That's the end of the game.
Final score, Iowa 33, Northwestern 13. The U.S. Cellular postgame show is coming up. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
Hawkeyes defeat Northwestern 33-13. And the wheel of hurt has stopped rolling and now is flat as the Hawks end a three-game losing streak. Iowa last lost 3 in a row before this year. In 2018, Hawks lost 3 straight in 2014, which really, Ed, is a pretty good consistency for a winning program. I mean, a 3-game losing streak is not good, but it's not terrible either, given the graduation of rosters every 3, 4, 5 years. So it's good to see the Hawks. We knew they were better than what we were seeing, and we saw that offensive line in particular grow up a lot today, and therefore Spencer Petras' ability to perform up to his capabilities was very evident.
Well, obviously, and the 3 losses were to awfully good football teams. And the way we played today, we have a chance to win out. And we just need to keep it up.
Certainly momentum back on the Hawkeye side, heading out on the road to Purdue, where that's been a tough place to play for Iowa the last few trips. But the Hawks will motor on over to West Lafayette a week from today and hopefully start putting a winning streak together. Iowa wins it today, 33-13. Spencer Petras, one of our Old Dominion best of the best, was really, really good.
Yeah, he looked sharp from the beginning. But you noted before I did my keys to the game, they needed to give him a comfortable pocket, and they did all day.
They did. A 142 quarterback rating on 21 of 30 for 220 yards and a touchdown pass. He also scored on a sneak and no turnovers.
And not even close. There wasn't even anything we held our breath on.
We'll continue to talk about it on the U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
The Hawkeyes play here.
Touchdown! How about that play call?
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Oh, Batman and Spider-Man and Wonder Woman were all in attendance today and brought the Hawkeyes some luck. Spencer Petras was Superman as the Hawkeyes on Halloween weekend. Spencer looked good in that costume today as he led the Hawkeyes to a 33-13 win over the Northwestern Wildcats. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner. The Iowa Hawkeyes join the national network built by locals for locals. My favorite stat was almost 32 minutes in time of possession, Ed, and really it could have been more. But the critical time of possession was when the Hawks were running the football with authority behind Caleb Johnson. Spencer was spot on with his pinpoint passing, thanks to a great pocket created by that young offensive line. We saw this team grow up a lot today, and when they can hog the ball like we're used to seeing, it usually results in a 20-point win.
You know, I think this is correct. I know you'll get it in the stats later, but I think we only had one 3-and-out today, the entire game.
I think that was in the third quarter,
then we shot the punt.
Four possessions for Iowa in the first half. All four possessions were scores. And Northwestern had 4 possessions, 3 punts and a turnover.
Yes, that is correct. But I think that was the only 3-and-out. And you know, that first drive was so important too, even though we only got 3 points out of it, but it took 5 minutes off the clock. And that was the way to start. Gave the offense some momentum and confidence.
Hawks were 5 of 11 on third down, much improved there. They didn't get to third down very often, but they were 4 of 7 on third down in the first half.
Yes, and I liked the game plan. The cornerbacks were playing real soft early in the game, so we were running square outs, and we controlled the line of scrimmage with that offensive line. It's great. I think that offensive line has really come of age now, moving Colby back to guard, and all those other guys with each passing week, you know, they're redshirt freshmen and sophomores. They get more comfortable playing next to each other, and I'm looking forward to this. What is it? A promise is coming, or is a promise of a check? Or how's Hank Stram say that? The future's a
promissory note.
Promissory note. So I'm looking forward to the promissory note part of this season.
Henry said yesterday's a canceled check. Can't worry about that. Let's move on. Today it's cash on the barrelhead, and tomorrow is a promissory note. Well, your promise to try and win your 5th game of the year now next week at Purdue. How about Drew Stevens? 4 field goals today, including a career-long 54 yards.
And that was a big play.
It was.
The score was 20-7.
Put it back up by 2 scores.
Yeah, 20-7. And we were going to, if we'd have missed that, we'd have turned the ball over to him at almost, well, at the 40-yard line. So that was big.
Nearly 400 yards of offense for the Hawkeyes. And when you can do that with this defense and special teams, good things are going to happen as the Hawks win at 33-13 over Northwestern. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Hawkeye football all season long.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dauphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. We're back in the press box here at Kinnick Stadium, enjoying Iowa's 33-13 win over Northwestern on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Time to talk to one of the key performers in the Hawkeye victory. And certainly one of the most relieved young men in the state of Iowa. Quarterback Spencer Petras, 173 yards on the ground. Spencer with 220 throwing yards on 21 of 30. That's the kind of balance you're always striving for, huh, Spencer?
Yeah, I think, it always starts for us, running the football, and really proud of the guys up front, the running backs, just for running hard and physical all day. And it certainly makes our life easier in the pass game if we can run the ball effectively. So definitely good balance today and something to build on.
4 possessions in that first half, all ended in scoring drives. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I thought we moved the ball well today. Obviously, we'd like to come away with more touchdowns, but anytime we can get points on the board, it's a positive thing, especially with our defense. So, just proud of the unit for bouncing back.
Spencer Petras, our best of the best, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Lines. Ed?
Congratulations, young man. And I think one of the stats that's really showing here is only 1 sack today. It's kind of fun playing quarterback when you only have 1 sack.
Yeah, definitely. It'll, I'll be feeling good tomorrow, which is nice. It's nice, and the guys up front, they did a great job. At times felt like 7-on-7 back there. Just they blocked their ass off all day. So, credit to the line there. That was awesome to see.
It looked like the perfect horseshoe from up here. That's about as clean a pocket as we've seen in a while. You got to be proud of those guys in front of you.
Yeah, they've been working hard. They've been working really hard. They're a young group, but we're 8 games in now. No one's that young anymore, so it's really good to see them improve like they did today.
Jack Plum insertion into the lineup, a fellow senior, allowed Coach George to move Connor Colby back inside. I think that's been a big move, Spencer.
Yeah, it's great to see Jack, back in there, and I think they all played really well today, and I don't know much more than that. They did a good job. It's hard to tell who's where sometimes, but as long as I'm staying clean, it was positive for them. So really nice job.
And it's good having Nico Reganey back in the lineup, huh?
Yeah, good to see Nico. Had a few catches and some nice runs after catch, and he's a great player. It's good to see that. Really exciting.
How valuable is Caleb Johnson going to be, or how valuable he was today? A 6-yard average, but going forward, it's hard to remember that this young man's a pure freshman.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't run like a true freshman. He runs hard, runs physically, and he's pretty fast too. And he weighs just as much as I do at whatever he is, 6'1" or 6'2". So he's quite talented, and he works really hard. So cool to see him running the ball so well today.
You're going to love seeing that Luke Lachey catch in the end zone, the touchdown grab. I mean, you threw it wide of him where nobody in the other uniform could get at it, and Luke snared it. That was a great throw and as good a catch.
Yeah, no, I think probably put it a little too far out in front of him, and Luke bailed me out there. That was nice to see. He's a long, really tall guy, and that's the beauty of that, is that he can get to balls that maybe other guys can't. So really nice job by Luke. Cool to see him get back in the end zone.
Before we let you go, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Drew Stevens and 4 field goals, including a 54-yarder. And although we love touchdowns, how about the clutch performance he put in today?
And kick the ball like he did. I mean, he's standing right next to me, so I don't want to say too much good stuff about it. But but I don't know, how long was that? The
54.
54. That's pretty special. That's especially for a true freshman. Really cool to see him go out there and do that. It's good. He played well, and a lot to build on.
Spence, thanks for your time. Congratulations,
thanks,
bud.
Appreciate it.
Spencer Petras, Hawkeye quarterback, who ends the day with a. Make sure I got my numbers correct here. A 142.5 quarterback rating. That's Tom Brady.
Oh, that's we haven't seen that for a while. And again, I want to say congratulations to him because of all of the pressure and everything that's been going on, since last week. What a
since
showing.
The start of the season, really.
Yeah, what a showing.
But the offense looked awfully good today, and hopefully will moving forward. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion brings you our best of the best. Do we have Drew? All right, we'll take a break, come back in just a minute on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Drew Stevens is going to join us here shortly. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification right now. 10-second ID break as the Hawkeyes defeat Northwestern 33-13. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Step out and see if we can get our headset issue corrected in the Iowa locker room there. We apologize for that buzz. But the buzz is all about Iowa's win over Northwestern. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
All on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
SprayTech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. SprayTech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with SprayTech.
Call SprayTech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
We're back on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. The Hawkeyes defeat the Northwestern Wildcats 33-13 and get back to level 500 on the year at 4 wins, 4 defeats. And the Hawks now 2-3 in the Big Ten with a road trip to Purdue next weekend. Spencer Petras, who you heard from a moment ago, 21 of 30, 220 yards, a touchdown throw, and a quarterback sneak for a score 70% completion ratio on the day, Edward. Again, proving what he can do if he has time to.
Well, yeah, and as we were talking to him about one sack, first thing he said is, "I'll feel pretty good tomorrow." Because I think he was sacked 6 or 7 times last week, and
and on the flip side, Brendan Sullivan was sacked 7 times.
Oh boy,
almost $1,000 for Children's Hospital today. So, Brendan, we thank you for getting back up and taking another hit, as the Hawkeyes had a lot of guys swarming all over Brendan Sullivan. It wasn't just one; it was Joe Evans and Jack Campbell and Lucas Van Ness and Deontay Craig and on and on and on. We'll recap that in just a little bit. Right now, we want to go back into the Hawkeye locker room and bring on our kicker, Drew Stevens. He's on the line after kicking field goals of 29, 24, 25, and 54 yards here this afternoon. That's a career long. He's only a freshman, and I hope he can beat that down the road. He's perfect on the year in point after tries, too. Drew, congratulations. Great effort.
Thank you.
What we've known, we've only watched you for 1 year. We've known you've had a strong leg, but on that 54-yarder, it just crawled over that crossbar. Your accuracy has never been in doubt, but you've got good leg strength. Talk about your training regime and how you're able to kick it that far.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not the strongest guy, obviously, but I would like to say time spent in the weight room, I'm more spent kicking a ball. So in that aspect, I feel like my form helps me out on the distance part. It barely crossed over the crossbar. Well, that direction, it was wind in the face. So going the other way, we set lines before the game.
Yeah.
And I set the line going that way at 36. So that was supposed to be like the edge, theoretically, and going the other way was 39, so that was supposed to be the edge going the other way. So there was a little bit of wind in the face. I'm not going to say I hit it like perfectly clean, but like you're trying to control your mishits, we say in kicking. So like not every ball is going to be perfect, because at the end of the day we're human, but you're trying to like, I set my line, so say I don't hit it perfect, it still goes in, and as you saw, that's what happened.
Yeah, as we saw, and we loved it. And a tip of the cap to Raymond Braithwaite in the strength and conditioning program. Legs are just as important as arms. Ed?
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do in the weight room as a kicker compared, we know what defensive linemen do, but what kind of a routine do you have?
Oh, well, we all lift a majority the same, actually. I mean, of course, our weight's different. Like, I'm not throwing up 500 pounds like some of these linemen are. But we lift to be better athletes, really. Like, where the other stuff comes in, like your body type or things like that, it's really majority like how you eat. Like, they give us body weights, and they set your weight where you need to have it at, and they help you gain or lose whichever you need. But so more towards the body weight is more geared towards position, but we all live to be like better athletes overall.
We had a pretty good kicker from South Carolina a couple of years ago named Keith Duncan. And is there a connection there between you and Keith? How did you find your way to Iowa City?
So Keith is actually from North Carolina, but I get it.
I'm sorry. You're right. He is from North. He's from Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last time I checked, that is in North. Well, okay. The Carolinas.
Yeah.
Let's not split hairs here, okay?
Yeah.
Somebody from Iowa doesn't know the difference between North Carolina and South Carolina.
And I should, because I love history and geography. All right. Talk about your finding your way to Iowa City.
Well, like you mentioned, Charlotte is where Keith's from. That's actually where my kicking coach is from. And first ever kicking session I did, Keith Duncan was at that kicking session with that coach. And I met him, and then he's like, hey, gave a good word in Iowa. So then I ended up, long story short, down the road, came to a camp, and then Coach Wood saw me, and here I am.
Perfect, plain and simple.
And I read that you grew 8 inches as a junior in high school, and you always wanted to be a soccer player, but you decided you'd better try another sport. Is that correct?
That is.
It was your mom. Your mom was quoted saying that. So
that is pretty correct. When I was a freshman in high school, I was 5'3", and then I grew, and then as I grew, like I used to be like a little quick, fast guy, so that suited me for soccer. And then as I grew, like I got stronger and taller, and I wasn't so little short and fast anymore. But I could kick a ball really far. Like I always took all the free kicks and things like that. So then my parents convinced me to try out for kicker freshman year, and then I ended up liking it even more in soccer, and then I focused on that.
Hey, good for you.
That's a great story. I'm glad it worked out the way it did.
And Nate Kading was an All-American soccer and high school All-State soccer player. I'm guessing you guys have crossed paths or at least visited?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the kickers hang out together.
They do.
Yeah, they do. I played with the Chiefs with Jan Stenerud, who's in the Hall of Fame, and he came as a ski jumper to the United States from Norway.
Multi-talented, multi-sport talented.
Yeah.
How about Aaron Blum, Oskaloosa? That's been a good battle between you and he all the way to the start of this season. Aaron has booted a few. You then took over. And how's your relationship with Aaron? I imagine you feed off each other, right?
Very, very much. I would say a majority of my success is because Aaron is pushing me every day, because he's a pretty good kicker himself.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, it's just a friendly competition. Like we're teammates at the end of the day, just like all the other specialists, and they help us, things like that. Coach Woods obviously is always encouraging, never says anything negative. Yeah.
Well, what about Tory Taylor, an Australian punter as a holder? And I know how technical holding is, because you want the ball tipped a certain way, leaning a certain way, and the threads always have to be in front, correct?
Yes. So you always want, they say snap. It starts with the snap, of course. The snapper tries to snap it at a 12. I know this doesn't get noticed, but the snapper is actually responsible for the laces. And if the snapper messes up, then the holder is supposed to fix it. But I have confidence in Luke. He always snaps 12s in practice and on game day. Nothing changes. He always has been pretty good in that. Tori always gets the ball down. I feel confident in him every day because he just doesn't get nervous. I mean, the guy is like, it's crazy.
That's great insight. I know our listening audience loves the Kicking 101 subject here, courtesy of Drew Stevens, who was spectacular today. He's one of our Old Dominion best of the best, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Lines. 4 field goals, a career-long 54. Drew, we look forward to having you on again, bud. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, guys.
Drew Stevens, 6 foot, 180-pound freshman from North Augusta, South Carolina. Keith Duncan's going to get on me for misidentifying his home state.
Well,
but,
Carolina's Carolina.
He'll give me a break.
Everybody gets Ohio, Iowa, and Idaho mixed up, and I'll bet a lot of them are from Carolina.
I'm glad you got my back.
There you go.
Thanks to Drew Stevens. Thanks to Spencer Petras for their time here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Time now for our Iowa Pork lineman of the game. Today's lineman of the game is from Green Bay. And brought to you by Iowa's pig farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. Big Jack Plum stuck in his thumb. I can't use that enough. But I'm telling you, he was penciled in as a starter at the beginning of the year. Got beat out, fought back, inserted in the lineup last week. We thought he played well at Ohio State. And, man, he led that offensive line today in helping to create that clean pocket. We saw what happens when Connor Colby goes back inside, which is more natural position.
Yeah, it is. And he played well. And, Logan Jones obviously is getting better every week. I mean, when you think he has to lead all those guys, get them in the huddle, call the snap count out at the line of scrimmage, and he's only been a center for 8 games now, and
getting better.
Just think how good that's going to be.
As I said last week on the plane to some of those guys, said, payback's hell. You guys are going to be doing a lot of payback here in the next, because historically Iowa's offensive line has been, as you know, NFL bound typically, and today they took a big step forward, due in large part to Jack Plum, 6'7", a biscuit short of 300 pounds, senior from Green Bay, Bayport High School. Jack Plum is our Iowa Pig Farmers lineman of the game. Hawk fans, with today's Iowa win, you win 2 days after Hawkeye football victories, or in other words, Monday. You can buy one delicious Pothole frozen pizza with Quick Rewards and get a second one free at any Quick Star location across Iowa. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. 33-13, Iowa with a season best. 33 points, defeats Northwestern. Back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Alleviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye fans, offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I am an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud and Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Iowa 33, Northwestern 13. That's the final. Welcome back to our U.S. Cellular postgame show. Coach Ferentz will join us shortly. We've heard from our stars of the game, our best of the best, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Lines. They are Spencer Petras and kicker Drew Stevens. We certainly could have had more, but those two were tantamount, paramount, very important to Iowa's win. Hey, now is your chance to make a difference, Hawk fans. Join the Swarm. This Swarm, partner up with Iowa's football program to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. That's iowaswarm.com. The Hawkeyes built a nice, comfortable lead and then answered every Northwestern offensive score in the second half and win it 33-13. Time for our Iowa Corn drive of the game. Courtesy of Iowa Corn, the longest drive of the day for the Hawkeyes ended in a Drew Stevens 24-yard field goal, 1 of 4 for Drew on the day, but it used nearly 7 minutes of clock. And time of possession was so important against this quick rolling Northwestern offense today. In fact, the Hawks kept the ball away for 31 minutes and 44 seconds to 28-16 for Northwestern. But it was much more lopsided than that when the game was in doubt. And for that, our 15-play, 85-yard, 7-minute drive ending in a 24-yard Stevens field goal is our Iowa Corn drive of the game, brought to you by Iowa Corn. We thank Corn for the meat, dairy, and eggs that we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowансWin. Stevens field goal put Iowa up 13-0 in that first half. The previous drive was 12 plays by Iowa, which at that point was the longest drive of the year. So the Hawkeyes played ball hog, play keep away today, and Iowa Corn, and we are thankful for that. Our John Deere run of the game is a 23-yard jet sweep, courtesy of Arlen Bruce, which put the Hawkeyes up big at the end of the game and sealed the deal. His second rushing touchdown this year gave Iowa its final points of the day early or midway through the fourth period. Let's see, when was that? Actually, it was well beyond the midway point. It was with a minute 30 remaining in the contest. Excuse me, 5 minutes 13 seconds remaining in the game. Sealed the deal for the Hawkeyes, put Iowa up 33-7. Not that the Iowa defense was going to allow Northwestern to score multiple times in the final 6 minutes, but everybody sat back, took a deep breath and a blow there when Arlen Bruce took it to the end zone to put Iowa up 33-7. Our run of the game is courtesy of John Deere and your John Deere dealers, KC Nielsen Limited. KC Nielsen, your premier John Deere dealer with 11 locations in northern Iowa. They offer parts, sales, and service on John Deere large ag equipment, lawn and garden, and commercial worksite products. KC Nielsen Limited has been family owned and operated since 1946. Learn more at kcnielsen.com. That's kcnielsen.com. Let's look at some of the numbers. Iowa with 393 yards of total offense on 66 plays to Northwestern's 177 yards on 67 plays. And the Wildcats were just over 100 yards when they took that final drive down the field for a touchdown against the Iowa reserves. So that number is skewed a little bit. Iowa's defense played even better than that, if that's possible, in this 33-13 win. Spencer Petras, what a day for Iowa's senior quarterback. 21 of 30, 220 yards and a touchdown. He also scored on a quarterback sneak. Was sacked only once. That was important. Caleb Johnson, Iowa's leading ground gainer, with 14 carries, a net of 88 yards. That's a 6.3 average. LaShawn Williams had 43 yards on 11 carries. Arlen Bruce, the jet sweep included, had 3 carries for 31 yards. Sam Laporta caught 5 passes for 53 yards, went over 1,500 career yards at that tight end position. Nico Reganey emerged today as we knew he could. He's healthy again. 4 catches for 66 yards. Congratulations to Nico on a wonderful game this afternoon. Good to see Brody Breck more involved. He caught 3 passes on the afternoon. For Northwestern, quarterback Brendan Sullivan was 23 of 30, 159 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was sacked, though, 7 times. He was picked off once as well right before halftime. Evan Hull, the leading ground gainer for the Wildcats on the day, who was averaging over 100 yards a game, got just a net of 32 on 11 carries. So the Iowa run defense was very, very good. Their leading receiver on the afternoon was Bryce Kurtz. He caught 5 passes for 35 yards. Again, the Northwestern passing game really not a factor. Leading tackler for the Hawkeyes was Jay Higgins. He had many of those on Northwestern's final drive. 12 total tackles. The All-American Jack Campbell was as stellar as always. 9 tackles, including 7 assisted tackles. The Hawks had 7 sacks on the afternoon, including 1 by Seth Benson, another by Joe Evans, and on and on and on. And that brings us to our Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap. With those 7 sacks, time 100 times $150. The Hawkeyes Deposit $1,050 into Stead Family Children's Hospital account thanks to Mershman Seeds. In our quarterback sack recap, for every Hawkeye sack this season, Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. 7 drops today of the quarterback. That equals a donation of $1,050. That might be a high watermark since Mershman came on board. And that is our quarterback sack recap. One by Deontay Craig, another by Ethan Herkett, Logan Lee, Lucas Van Ness, Noah Shannon, Seth Benson, and Joe Evans all produced a sack today, and the kids across the street are so happy for that. Our quarterback sack recap, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. For the season, Iowa now has 21 sacks of the quarterback for $3,150. More to come. Kirk Ferentz, our Case IH Red Zone recap, all ahead on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Ah, just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Gary Donovan with Ed Podolak. We await Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz to join us. He'll be on shortly as we continue to roll through our U.S. Cellular postgame show. Let's give you the Case IH Red Zone recap. Did the Hawks? I'm not sure they reached the red zone last week, Ed, against Ohio State. Well, let's get your microphone on here before.
Am I on?
Yeah,
there I am.
You are. Our adventure continues.
There you go. Well, anyway,
post-game
yeah,
show.
I remember last week that you couldn't do the recap because we didn't get any in the red zone.
Well, how about today? 5 for 5 were the Hawkeyes. Drew Stevens' field goal of 29 yards, Iowa's first score. That was off the opening drive of the game. And that set the tone. The Hawks burned 5 minutes of clock to start the game.
That was the key, is we made a lot of third downs, and we burned 5 minutes off the clock.
The next possession, Petrus dove in from 1 yard out at the end of a 59-yard 14-play drive, and the Hawks were up 10-0. 24-yard field goal by Stevens. A 50-yard drive ending in a Luke Lachey 6-yard touchdown grab from Spencer. That put Iowa up 20-0. And then Stevens, a 25-yard field goal, gave Iowa a 26-7 lead early on in the fourth quarter. And certainly the Hawks made that stand up for a 33-13 win. That's our Case IH Red Zone recap. Enter the Red Zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Now let's go visit the locker room with Coach Kirk Ferentz, who I'm guessing is much more relaxed and feeling much better this afternoon or this evening. Kirk, congratulations. Solid win in all areas today.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And, yeah, much better tone and mood. Certainly, it's just good to see the players happy again. You know, they've worked hard, kept their heads up, and kept pushing, and good to see them rewarded against a team that we've got a lot of respect for. So pleased the way the guys prepared, stayed the course, and most importantly, really played well today.
Let's start with Spencer Petrus, 21 of 30. 220 and a touchdown. He scored a touchdown himself, a 142 quarterback rating, and he was solid in all areas, and you know, it helped that he had a clean pocket.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, and that was probably the number one difference today than what we've been doing. I think our protection was much better, and gave him a chance to settle his feet, and it was good to see him actually run too. That's not that that's pretty, but it was productive and helpful, and you know, that hopefully is something he can develop as we move forward as well. But just a really good job, and you know, some good throws and catches, and that makes a big difference as well.
Well, and I think your offensive line had their best outing of the season. Of course, you know, each week that they play together, they know each other and what they can do and how they can do it. But I would say that I thought that was the biggest improvement today over what we've seen.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ed. It was, you know, last week it was, you know, I guess our ninth game, right, or eighth game, whatever. It would have been ninth game last year. When we played Northwestern, I thought that's when we started to gain a little traction. So hopefully that's a sign of what's to come. And, you know, I think we've kind of settled in a little bit, moved Connor inside, and it looked like Jack did a good job at tackle. So hopefully we've settled in, getting guys in the right spots, and hopefully we can keep gaining some ground here. That happens during the week.
Well, I'd agree with that, too. Connor coming in at guard, and, you know, Jack Plum, he's had two good games really in a row, so you're probably set there now.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think you know, we'll just kind of keep it the way that is, and hopefully that's something we can build on. That'll obviously help our production, and you know, been saying that about Spencer all along. You know, he needs some help too. We got to protect better. Yeah, and be balanced offensively, and I thought we were able to do that today.
Kirk, you know, when we talked in the pregame, you were concerned about Brendan Sullivan's escapability. Well, I thought Phil had a great game plan on containing him, and maybe a byproduct of that was Evan Hull never really got going. So, you know, 7 sacks says enough about how you focused on the quarterback, but it also clogged up the running game. Capabilities.
Yeah, Hull has just been so productive for him this year, both you know, running the football and then also in receptions, and so that was a big key, was trying to contain him a little bit and make it tough on him. And you know, the quarterback's a good young player. Hurt us on that one draw, and has that mobility. So you know, I thought our guys really did well, and I thought we had a really good. The guys did a great job on third down. You know, the coaches gave our players a real chance, and were able to put pressure on them, so that was good to see.
Northwestern 7 of 17 on third down, but many of those occurred on that last drive when the game wasn't in doubt. And hey, all hail the Carolinas, both north and south. They've provided you with quite the kicking combination. First, Keith Duncan, and now Drew Stevens. Not that he hadn't arrived before, but 4 for 4, including a 54-yarder. Well, you'll take those points. Those are valuable kicks.
Yeah, and anytime you're in conference play, all points are important, certainly, and you'd rather finish a drive if possible. But, no, he did a really nice job. He's been practicing well. And, yeah, that long one, LeVar called that. He said, his line's right about the 35-yard line. So he was exactly right on that, and Drew went out and delivered. And really glad to see that. So, yeah, anytime you can get points, that's a good thing, certainly.
Does Drew Stevens shave yet?
Maybe. I mean, he looks like he's 18 now. Maybe 17.
He's
I don't know.
not 18.
Yeah, maybe 16. But at least he's not in junior high like he was in the spring.
Well, he was talking about his weight coaching and all that stuff. And I asked him, what do you do, a kicker, for? We all do the same thing. We just don't have as much weight. And
yeah, I mean, when I saw him in the spring, first time I saw him, I was like, this guy, he's going to kick a ball. But he does have a live leg. And so I guess it's not a direct correlation, but as he gets older and a little bit more mature, it's going to help him.
Coach, 173 yards rushing today, 36 carries, 30 passes, great balance, and tremendous effort again by Caleb Johnson, LaShawn, and others. But Caleb, he's going to be special if he stays healthy.
Yeah, hopefully so. He's just a tremendous young guy, really eager and good energy and fun to work with. I know there's one play in particular. I think he was shifting the ball in the middle of a run. So, we got to visit with him about it. I mean, he was in traffic. So, he's still got a few things to learn. Maybe a couple times where he's trying to, bounce it instead of make yards that might be there. But he's really done a great job. He's got a great attitude. He's strong and aggressive out there. And, I thought LaShawn did a really nice job. And, Gavin tweaked his ankle a little bit, so hopefully it's not too serious.
How about 7 sacks? And I think if I checked all by 7 different people, and boy, it's great to give guys like Jack Campbell and Seth Benson that kind of help.
Yeah, it really is, and I didn't realize it was spread around like that. And the same thing with the offensive production was spread pretty well too today, whether it was receptions or the rushing yardage. So. Like any team, I'm sure, but I know this with us, we play better if we're playing good team offense, team defense, and special teams as well. So that always helps. And things went just about perfect to script.
And going to Purdue, sacks are equally as important next week on the road because Purdue loves to throw the football.
Yeah, it's kind of their bread and butter for sure. So the ball will be up in there. They got a really good quarterback and. What have you, so we'll turn our attention to that after we finish this tape tomorrow and, pretty much go right back to where we were last Sunday, where we just encourage the guys to put yesterday behind and start focusing on what's in front of us. And that's always the routine. So, but I know this, just to get a victory, it was really important for our guys. They needed that. And hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier doing the work we have to do this week.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Coach Ferentz on our Hawkeye postgame show, brought to you in part by Wendy's. When the Hawks win, you win at Wendy's. Get a free small Frosty with a purchase when your Hawks win at Kinnick Stadium. And that happened today. Valid only at participating Wendy's in the Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and Quad Cities areas. Don't forget to download the Wendy's app for more great offers. Wendy's, a proud supporter of Hawkeye football. Got a traffic report when we return with Iowa State Trooper Taylor Grimm. That ahead and more stat recap here on our postgame show, courtesy of U.S. Cellular, as the Hawks defeat Northwestern 33-13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right. Get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Topgolf Swing Suite. Topgolf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield. It's better than bread. More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. 33-13 Hawkeyes. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put that trust in a bank that's been focusing on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local bank or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, number 2 Ohio State took down number 13 Penn State 44-31. The game was closer, actually, than that score reflects. Minnesota blanks Rutgers 31-0. Number 17 Illinois, a win over Nebraska 26-9. Later, number 4 Michigan hosts Michigan State. In the top 25 today, number 7 TCU beat West Virginia. Good game, 41-31. We've got an upset at number 16 Syracuse loses to Notre Dame 41-24. In Jacksonville, Georgia and Florida playing the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, and it was all Bulldogs.
Lone setback is McIntosh. Play fake Bennett wants to throw, and back shoulder throw. Oh my goodness! Caught Bowers off a tip. 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown. Brock Bowers caught the tip. Florida tipped it. Bowers stayed with it, and pay dirt for the Dogs.
Voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard for Learfield. Georgia beats Florida 42-20. Number 8 Oregon over Cal 42-24. We've got an upset at number 9 Oklahoma State shut out by number 22 Kansas State today 48-0. Another upset at number 10 Wake Forest loses to Louisville big 48-21. Another upset at number 20 Cincinnati loses to University of Central Florida 25-21. Oh yeah, why not one more? Number 25 South Carolina, it was homecoming, and Mizzou went in and ruined the party. 23-10 was the final there. Number 25 South Carolina loses. Tennessee leads Kentucky 7-0. USC trails Arizona 7-3. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Next week, Purdue. This is the Iowa Hawkeyes Sports Network from Learfield. Let's go back to the booth and more of the postgame. Guys?
Thank you very much, Learfield. Appreciate the scoreboard update. How about Kansas State shutting out Oklahoma State? every Saturday brings something new and exciting to college football, and there were a number of upsets today. Thankfully, there were no upsets to be found in Kinnick Stadium as the Hawks defeat Northwestern 33-13. We did lose a Hall of Fame college football coach today, though. Vince Dooley, the great mentor at Georgia for so many years, one of the all-time greats, passed away at the age of 90. Our thoughts and condolences to the family of Vince Dooley at the University of Georgia on his passing today. Let's recap the scoring in Iowa's 33-13 victory. Off the first drive of the day, it was a 9-play, 63-yard drive. The Hawks settled for Drew Stevens' 29-yard field goal. That drive consumed 5 minutes to start the game, and it was a terrific beginning as the Hawks went up 3-0, forcing a Northwestern punt. Spencer Peterson led the Hawks downfield 54 yards, 14 plays, and finished the drive off himself on a quarterback sneak. Stevens' point after made it 10-0 Iowa with that was almost a 7-minute drive, just a half a minute to go in the first quarter, and the Hawks had a 10-0 lead. Iowa got it to 13-0 after another stop by the defense, an 85-yard 15-play drive. That was our Iowa corn drive of the game. Stevens finished it off with a 24-yard field goal. Iowa led 13-0 with 2:45 remaining in the first half. Hawks scored late in the first half on a Spencer Petras to Luke Lachey 6-yard touchdown throw. That was on a short field, forcing another Northwestern punt. The Hawks went 50 yards in 6 plays, led 20-0 at halftime. In the third quarter, Northwestern got its first score at the end of a 34-yard 8-play drive. That was after, yes, you're going to hear this right, a shanked punt by Torrey Taylor, proving he's only human. He hadn't been used until then. Maybe he was still a little cold and rusty, but Northwestern took advantage of it and scored in a handful of plays, went 34 yards, a 1-yard touchdown pass from quarterback Sullivan to tackle-eligible tight end Olgus. And the score was 20-7 after Stage's point after try. That was 6:17 to go in the third quarter. But the Hawks answered with a 54-yard career-long field goal by Drew Stevens on the next ensuing drive, 39 yards, 10 plays. Stevens got it to crawl over the crossbar into a breeze, and Iowa led 23-7 at the end of the third quarter. The Hawkeyes all but sealed the deal with another Drew Stevens field goal from this one from 25 yards out, as the Hawks again consumed time, 5 minutes on a 64-yard 10-play drive, and Iowa went up 26-7 early on in the fourth quarter, 5 minutes deep into the fourth period. We felt pretty confident there that the Iowa defense was going to make it stand up. If there was any doubt, Iowa erased that with 5 minutes to play in the game. A 36-yard 3-play drive after another tremendous stand by the defense. A short punt by Purdue. Arlen Bruce with an 18-yard return of that punt, and the Hawks finished it off with Arlen Bruce on a jet sweep of 23 yards. With 5 minutes to play in the game, Stevens' kick made it 33-7. The final score 33-13. That's our scoring recap. We'll come back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
To play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Hawk fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. Jack Campbell, the All-American linebacker with 9 tackles. He and Jay Higgins led the Iowa defensive attack today. The Hawkeyes got 7 sacks on Northwestern quarterback Brendan Sullivan. And Jack Campbell was low-key and to the point after the game.
Jack, first and foremost, had to be great to be back inside Kinnick Stadium. It seems like it's been a while, and obviously top it off with an outstanding game.
Exactly. It's awesome to get back out at Kinnick, get the fans rocking again, and to come out with a win. That just puts the cherry on top. So we just need to continue to improve. Got 4 weeks left. Take it one game at a time. But, yeah, anytime you step foot on Kinnick, it's special. So.
With a victory in late October, can this propel you to outstanding things in November? As you mentioned, still 4 big football games left.
Yeah, I mean, it just all starts with our mindset week in and week out. But Coach Ferentz always talks about you got to be playing your best football in November, and that's what we're trying to do. Obviously, we came out on top today, did a great job, but we need to continue to build off that, and that's the race we're running right now. Is how fast can we improve week in and week out? So.
Last week we talked about kind of the dirty work that the defensive line does. Well, hey, they were all over the place today, weren't they?
Exactly. They got that dirty work showed a little bit today. I mean, those guys were getting after the quarterback at a high level. Couldn't be happier for those guys. So, I mean, they do a great job week in and week out, and it's easy to play behind them. So,
what makes this defense, not only the starters, but everybody that comes in, boy, they are ready to play. Jake Higgins steps in today. I know he played a lot, had 12 tackles, Sebastian Castro, but everybody has their role and seems to be right there.
Yeah, no, I'll first start with Jay because he's a fellow Mike linebacker, and he got some little bit of position flexibility, but coming in, he just was eager to learn right off the bat. Just always challenging me in what I thought versus what he thought, and usually he'd be right sometimes. So, but he's just a great kid, and I couldn't be more proud of him. And he's going to be a great player. You just got to stay focused. But I mean, week in and week out, he does that at a high level. He's focused, determined. So I'm not going to sit here and say he's going to be the next great, but with the right attitude, he can be really, 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 really good or even great. It's just ultimately how everything works out. But I have full confidence in Jay.
A ton of talent, no doubt about that. Week of practice, you talk about focus, getting back to work. That's really a great week of practice, leads to outstanding things on Saturday, right?
Exactly. Just doing the little things right lead to big things. So, yeah, that's all I really got to say about that. But you just do the little things right, they'll lead to big things. And today we came out with a win, and that's all that matters.
Jack, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That's a fact, Jack Campbell with 9 tackles. He led that Hawkeye defense once again. The Hawkeyes limited Northwestern to 177 yards of total offense. Iowa's defense has held 3 opponents under 200 yards this season. That wasn't lost on Northwestern coach Pat Fitzgerald.
Obviously a disappointing outcome to the game, to say the least. And we had chances early on to get off the field, and we're unsuccessful to be able to do that. And Iowa capitalized on it really well. Put some good drives together, and then shot ourselves in the foot again offensively with inopportune one-man breakdowns, some penalties, and I think we had some guys open that we just missed some shots. But got momentum back in the third quarter. Got a stop. Got us. And I think in a position to feel pretty good about, being in here in the past, and, here we go again. And, heck of a field goal. That was a big play, I think, in the game, because, if we end up getting that ball right there, we got a chance to make it a 1-score game. So it was a heck of a kick. And, obviously we didn't respond very well down the stretch. We had some one-man breakdowns, held the ball, and then missed some tackles down the stretch. So disappointing outcome, to say the least. But credit Iowa. Obviously they probably played one of their cleaner games. I thought quarterback-wise, I thought he probably played his best game of the year. That's what it looked like to me, and so credit to him. So I'll answer any questions you all have. Thanks.
Questions? Louis? Fitz, what do you have to say about the play of your defense today, particularly in the first half?
We didn't get off the field on third down. And, we were out there way too long. So, it's disappointing.
John?
Coach, is back-to-back losing seasons for the first time in almost 10 years. What's been most difficult about these past 2 seasons for you as a coach, knowing how consistency has been such a hallmark of this?
Well, like I said, I've got to, in particular, I got to just continue to rebuild the roster a little bit. We had a heck of a run with some really good players, and those guys made a huge impact. And we just got to keep developing our guys, keep adding depth, keep developing our guys, get the roster older. You got a lot of young guys out there here mid part of the season through today, and they're going to get better. They're going to get a lot better. I know that. I believe that. But that makes it not a lot of fun right now, right? And so we just got to keep coaching the heck out of those guys. That's my expectation that we'll do, and find a way to finish the season strong. Obviously incredibly disappointed. I'm just crazy enough to still think we can get in the postseason. 5 wins, we'll have the number 1 APR. You never know, right? I'm just crazy enough for that. But, at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win a game. Nobody likes the way this feels right now. This is not why you do what you do. You do it to help guys be as successful as they can be. So, like I told the guys after the game, it ultimately starts and ends with me. And, this will be a hard watch, going back, across the mist. As we get home. So credit Iowa, and we got to get a lot better before we get home and play an outstanding team next week.
Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald, very complimentary of the Hawks today, as his Wildcats losing streak has now hit 7 in a row, 1-7 on the year for Northwestern. The Hawks get back to level 500 at 4-4, and equally important 2-3 in the Big Ten, headed to Purdue next week. Let's tap the brakes here as we head upstairs into the nighttime sky with Iowa State Trooper Taylor Grimm and a traffic report. What's it look like on the outbound at this point, Taylor?
Hey, Gary. No surprise here. 218 is struggling as always. Dubuque Street this week is also struggling, which normally doesn't do too bad. First Avenue is doing pretty good, and so is Coral Ridge. So if you can avoid Dubuque Street and go First Avenue, Coral Ridge, or Dodge Street, that's what I would suggest here today. Otherwise, you're going to be in traffic for a while if you're on 218, and you're going to be in traffic for a while on Dubuque Street. So that's where we're sitting, but no major issues or delays other than just a bunch of traffic at this time in those areas.
Well, much more enjoyable after a victory, and they're listening to the Hawkeye Radio Network. Trooper, thanks for your good work all day as usual.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Trooper Taylor Grimm of the Iowa State Patrol. So that's the word. Things are clogged in certain areas, and other avenues are flowing a little bit smoothly. But what's your hurry, huh? Take your time. We'll take a break and come back with a wrap-up on the U.S. Cellular postgame show as the Hawks defeat the Northwestern Wildcats 33-13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Hawkeyes 33, Northwestern 13. That's the final. Another solid performance by the D. Big D, Deontay Craig had 3 tackles today, 2 for loss, a sack, and a forced fumble for good measure. And it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Deontay Craig, as he sat down with Rob Brooks.
Now, Deontay, a smile on your face had to be fun after that victory to get back in that locker room and also be back inside Kinnick Stadium.
It was, for sure. I mean, seeing the hard work we put in every day, finally getting to celebrate a W after, it seems like forever since we had one. So, getting the W in Kinnick, homecoming weekend, the best fans in the world, and then a birthday on top of it, doesn't make it.
Yeah, that's not a bad birthday present, right?
It was really fun. I mean, obviously the sack and everything's nice, but the biggest one I could have got was the win. And I'm just most grateful for my teammates. They battled hard, fought to the final whistle, and we were able to come out with a W.
How about that group up front? It seems like every single week you got so many playmakers, just highlight reels every single week. It's a pretty special group, it seems like.
It is. I mean, we come in every day, start with the fundamentals, because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, execution and, handling the other guys up front. So without the O-line, without the help of the offense every day pushing us in practice, days like today don't happen. So it's much bigger than just us. It's a total team effort, but I'm definitely lucky to be a part of this group.
End of October, obviously, with this victory. And you got 4 big ones in November, and obviously you always want to play your best football at the end of the year.
Yeah. I mean, obviously right now we just want to take it 1 week at a time. Like KB said, the best we can be right now is 4-4. The 8 games are behind us, and now all we got to do is focus on what's in front.
All right, Deontay, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Defense is special with Phil Parker in the lead and young guys like Deontay Craig. Happy birthday, Deontay. He celebrated the best way possible, and the Hawks are within 2 wins of bowl eligibility. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. Couple final scores into us before we say goodnight from the booth here at Kinnick. UNI held on to beat Southern Illinois 37-36 in the America Rivers Conference. It was Co 37, Central 31, Simpson 74, and Nebraska 41. Am I reading that right? Simpson 74 and Nebraska Wesleyan 41. Loras top Luther 40-21, and Wartburg blank Buena Vista 65-0. We wrap it for an Iowa victory today with the Pioneer Breakthrough Performance Plays of the game.
Here's today's plays of the game, brought to you by Pioneer. What do you call an Enlist E3 soybean with elite germplasm? Introducing Pioneer Brand A Series Enlist E3 soybeans, featuring Pioneer's high-performance genetics like no other. Talk to your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more about these exclusive varieties. Here's today's Pioneer Hawkeye plays of the game.
Drew Stevens is on and will kick out of the hold of Torrey Taylor. Luke Elkins snaps it back, and the kick is up and right through. It's like a point after try. Good start for the Hawkeyes. They'd rather have 6, but they'll take 3. Win receivers either way. Hall the tailback. Here's Brendan Sullivan. He's not afraid to run. The Hawks send a late blitzer, and down he goes. Way back at the 25. His defensive end just disappeared under Picozzi. Here's Sullivan to throw on 2nd and long. Now he's grabbed from behind. Down he goes. A great rush upfield by Ethan Herkett. This one's a little shorter from the 14, so it's a 24-yard kick and right through. Boy, how big has Drew Stevens been, this freshman from South Carolina. Here's Sullivan drilled as he cocks the throw. And roaring in there to knock him down is Logan Lee, one of Iowa's best defensive linemen. LaShawn, Hawks go with a hurry up. Half a minute to go till halftime. Iowa leading 13-0. They'd love to make it 20. Petrus time throws. Touchdown, Luke Lachey. Well, the flags are limp. Stevens, this would be a career best. His career long is 51. Well, this is big. Here's the snap. Here's the boot. It's on the way, and it is gone. Oh. Just crawled over the crossbar. How about that? Drew Stevens knew what he was doing all along. In the offset eye, they run Arlen Bruce on a jet sweep. He may get to the end zone. 15, 10, 5, goal line, touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Touchdown, Arlen Bruce. You can see that from the get-go. Northwestern totally unprepared for that jet sweep.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
Thanks to Pioneer for sponsoring our Breakthrough Performance Plays of the game. We're going to break out of here and disappear into the night and delighting in Iowa's 33-13 win over Northwestern. Next week, we don't have a start time yet on Purdue, I'm told, so stay tuned to this local Hawkeye Radio Network affiliate for the start time, the kickoff for Iowa in West Lafayette, taking on the Purdue Boilermakers. And we'll see how that Iowa defense can handle that pass-happy Purdue offense. Should be a great game. Please join us next Saturday here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks to Ed Podolak. Our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. Our sideline reporter is always Rob Brooks. Great job in the locker room by Robbie after the game. And our stat man and spotter, John Swisher. I'm Gary Dolphin from Kinnick Stadium. Have a good evening. Again, the final score, the Hawks 33, the Wildcats 13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa Office of Secretary of State. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game, be a voter. Kubota. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer. Iowa Pork, just like the Hawkeyes. Iowa's pig farmers work every day to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. And by Cenex, powered locally. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.